Right, so hi everyone. If you can't see the screen yet, it will be back very soon. So, sincere apologies for the interruption. We had a bit of hardware problems with the PC. So, we saw the first game where Anil won a point, and we're quite a way into the second game now. So, Chris has already doubled and has a race lead in the bear up. So he has 7 checkers to 10. The double five looks like it should win the game straight away. So now he's left with 4, so it will be 2 rolls most. So Anil's still got 6 left. So that's the end of that game. So Chris sneaks ahead 2-1. So 7 away, 8 away, no great difference on the score. So the reason I say this is unless the score is telling you anything different, you're basically playing a normal game. So 6-5 to blue. So I think if memory serves, he's had the opening roll every game so far. 6-1 makes the bar. So that might make some sixes difficult for blue. 6-2, he can just hop out. So white wants to hit with a 4 or split his back checkers if he can't. So double 6 is a great reply. So he makes an advance anchor and he's looking at playing 2 down. I think that's probably better than making the 2 point. So blue now needs to save his checker, which he's done. So white has a race lead, but he's going to have problems disengaging and clearing his 18 points, the bar point. So white has a race lead of some sort. So double 3, good shot, makes another blocking point and covers the 5. So Chris is really just waiting time at the moment until he gets an opportunity to potentially run off the 18 point. So he's slowly building up his board, and if he runs out of place things to move, he's going to have to play off the midpoint. So 6-1, and this is still all right. It's probably best to keep a 6 outside, so another 6-1 next time won't be forcing him to leave a shot. So 3-5, now I think it's the time that you've got to give up the midpoint. It doesn't play conveniently in board, and freeing up those 2 checkers gives you another few rolls to try and find the winning double. done a quick pip count while he was looking at that, and white is about 10 pips ahead. So he's got a race lead, but it's far from decisive. So Neil's having a look at potentially cubing here, and I guess he's maybe counting the race as well. So this, I'm pretty sure, is not a double. The problem is white's not forced to leave a shot next time with any numbers. So aside from rolling something like double five and your opponent getting 2-1, you're not going to have any market loss at all. When you're thinking of doubling, you want to be looking at what's good rolls for you, what will make it so that your opponent will regret having taken. And that can happen two ways, that either you can roll very well or your opponent can roll very badly. And I don't think either scenario is good enough here for blue. But when you're in a position like this with some sort of a holding game, it's certainly worthwhile taking some time to figure out what the race is like, whether you're ahead or behind. So if you're behind in the race, you want to try and keep some contact and hold your opponent back and maybe get a shot. But if you're ahead in the race, you want to try and lose the contact. So I think a good example would be if blue rolled 5-3, that he could clear the midpoint safely, but he shouldn't do so if he's behind in the race. So 5-2, that's a safe play. So it gives him some more checkers to move next time. So 6-5 is good for the race, but now he's running out of sixes. So he doesn't want to break his board by playing 6-1. But now he's at the stage where most sixes will force him to leave a shot. So blue's sensibly taking some time to look at where he puts his checkers, because if he's getting a shot next time, he doesn't want lots of blots in board. He doesn't want to find he's rolled the number to hit the shot and that it ends up him losing because he hits. The double four waited just enough time to get the winning double. So now white's going to have a good race lead and should think of doubling. Now I've got white at 66 and 83, so a difference of 17. So good pass by black. So score goes on to 3-1, so 6 away, 8 away. Both players, you'll see, need an even number of points. So they'll be looking to double slightly earlier than normal, and the player who's facing the cube will be looking to pass a little earlier than normal. Right, so the game starts 4-2, 5-3, and Chris is sensibly insisting that he makes the 3-point with a 5-3 and not the 4-point. So 5-1 down and split is good. The 5-1 looks like he just duplicates that play. 6-2, not a good number. I think best play is to run out with the 23-point checker here. You can't do anything constructive on the other side of the board, so at least you can try and escape a back checker. 4-3, he's starting by hitting. I think that's right. I mean, it was a good alternative of making the 20-point, but hitting is usually right. So double 3 fans. So now Neil's thinking of doubling. So he's got 11 in the zone, but still only a 2-point board. So I think it's a It's a take for white. So Zizi had a a method he described where it's kind of like you imagine you're watching a video and you think what's going to happen in the next few scenes. So next turn, blue will probably make the 4 or the 5 point, and then white will probably come in. And I think that's a comfortable take for white. I mean, it might be black rolls double 5 or double 6 and you get wiped out, or you don't come in next time. So there's certainly some bad scenarios. But I think I mentioned yesterday, Seb told me of a good rule he had when the 4 and the 5 are both open, then it's usually a take. So you've got an opportunity to make an anchor on 2 different good points. Okay, so 1-5, he's come in and anchored. He's good. So he's survived the attack or the immediate attack. So blue stands slightly better with the 5 and the 3 point against the 4 point. 4-1 doesn't do anything. So the safe play is 13-8, but that's the last spare from the midpoint. And the bold play is 8-3. So you'd like to hit the forward checker and drive it backwards, but you are facing a 3 point board with only a 2 point board of your own. Now, I think he should go for the hit here, but I'm by no means certain about it. The positive thing is for white that he's got the 4 point open at the bottom of the board. So usually when there's a high gap in your opponent's prime, you can play aggressively because if you are hit, you have the potential of coming in and making that high point. So 2-1, now he's forced to leave a shot. So he can hit 6-3, or he just leaves a single shot and a few more, or he could just slot the 5, which leaves a double shot. So I think this is right. 4-1, he comes in and he has to split, I think. And 5-2, he can point on the 1 point or make the 3. And I think you should make the 3 here. The thing is, if you point on the 1 point, then black will want to come in on the 5 anyway. So at the moment, he's got 4s to make the 5 point. And if you hit him, he'd have 5s. So there's not much gain. So 4-5, he makes the anchor. Has a think about it. So if he makes the anchor, the problem is he doesn't have a very good 5. He can kill a checker 8-3, or he can give up the midpoint. So they're both playing reasonably well. Again, I wouldn't be certain what move is right. I think I'd have probably made the anchor and left the blot on the midpoint. Now, I would have done a lot worse than he has. So 4-1, 8-3 looks right, just biding our time till something good comes along. So double 6, pretty much forced. So 6-5, white gets a hit, probably brings the other one down. So blue's firmly in control of this game, that uh, white's got to get his back checkers out. So, he needs a couple of 3s and 5s and 6s. So 3-5, he can get one out if he wants to. But now there's an awful lot of checkers can potentially attack him. It doesn't play well at the top of the board, so maybe he's right to make a run for it now. So a lot hinges on how quickly Anil can come in. 1-6, that's one of the four hitters. So that is a brilliant shot. At 1-6, he remakes his anchor, that's a relief. And we don't want to leave a direct shot, so 8-2 looks forced. 2-3. We can leave an indirect, but we'd have to kill a checker going past the gap on the 4-point to do it, which is why he's selected this play. So 2-1 is really bad. It doesn't hit and can't go past. 1, he covers a blot and makes his board stronger, then comes forward to reduce the shots by a little bit. So 5-4, pretty useless. So now Chris should be concentrating on making the 5-point at the top of the board. So if he does get a hit, then it will actually win for him. So Anil's trying to come home safely, but he would also like to make the 4-point. So he's left an indirect shot to get an extra builder to make the 4. So 5-2 is pretty useless. So now Anil wants 1-2-4 combinations. So you'll notice there's 2 blots in White's board, and that's always a signal to say you can play a bit more boldly than you normally would. And that last 3 I'm not very keen on. That in general, when you're bearing in, you don't want spares on the 2-point because they give you very little extra flexibility. Essentially, they allow you to play 2s that you can't play anywhere else. But every other number they don't help at all with. So he sensibly gets rid of one of those. So now Chris has got to come out. So it looks as though it's probably going to be a single win for blue. So 5-3, there's only one safe play that looks a bit ugly, but so 3-1. Chris is racing his outfield checker home to try and avoid being gammoned. 6-5 leaves the shot. So 1 is a likely winner. So he's got 11 left, so he must have 4 off. So 1-2 hits and covers. And I think that's probably enough. So 8-10. Blue's got 11 left, so he must have 4 off. And he's also got a gap on the 1-point, so it's not as though he's in a straight race with 4 checkers off and is never going to miss when he gets home. It's probably going to cost him certainly 1 miss with a 1 when he starts bearing off. So Chris was very lucky to get out of trouble in that game. He looked like he was going to lose it for a while. So now the score is 4 away, 8 away. So now the score is very much saying that you should pay attention, and if you're the trailing player, you want to try and get positions where there's lots of gammons, and generally to double a bit earlier than normal. So the simple way to think about it is if you're trying to catch up 4 points and you try and do it by winning 4 singles, then that's a half times a half times a half times a half. So it's 1/16th, you'll win 4 times in a row. So what you want to do, or what you've got to do, is try and catch up in 2s or 4s. So 6-1, he can hit on the 5-point, but he can also make the bar point, which is creating an extra asset at very little risk. So the main problem with this is it gives blue the chance to make the 5-point with a 4, but he hasn't rolled a 4, so he's run one guy out. 3-2 is a great shot, so that makes an advance anchor that will not not that it's a great role for winning the game, but it's a great role for meaning that you're not going to lose for a long time. So now Chris White can focus on making his own prime longer. So 3-5, nothing brilliant. I mean, I'd just like to bring checkers down, but you can't do that safely. So I think he's right to swap the 8 for the 3. So 5-1, Black is inching forward to try and get out. So White will be looking for a 5 to remake the 8 point, and he hasn't got it, so he can play safe or he can attack. So I think with his match lead, he probably does better to play safe. So I think I would go for putting 2 checkers on the 7 point. It's a difficult choice when you have this idea that you want to hit your opponent. But I think the problem with this is the 5 point is open. So it's not the danger you'll get hit, it's the danger that your opponent will get out via the 5 point. So he has got hit. So 3-1 now, it's mandatory to hit back, that he wants to make the 5 point, and he's fallen behind in the race already. So Neil's doing well on the hitting front, so he should certainly be thinking of considering doubling in the next roll or two. So at a normal score, I think this is too early. The way the score is here, it's certainly much more tempting to double. So I think White had an easy take there with his 2 anchors and sort of a potential back game to fall back on if nothing happened in the interim. But this way, with the conservative pass, he does keep his lead. And now it's 4 away, 7 away, so a lead of 3 points. So 6-3. So yes, lots of people get this wrong. So when you started with a 6-1 and made your bar, then suddenly you've changed sixes from being a bad number to a good number. So you can play 13-7 with your 6 and then split with the other number. So by putting the spare on the bar point, you not only play your 6 safely, but you get another builder for making inner board points for the future. Okay, so this has gone very badly for White. So he's coming out to the bar, he got hit, and he stayed on the bar, so he's taking. And there's only 9 in the zone, so it's still a long way from winning. So his double 1, I think it was a very good play, making the 4 point. So he leaves the bar slotted. Yes, I don't think he's played the 5. They came in with the 1, right, and brought the 5 down. So 4 or 6 to make the bar. 4 is good. And now, having made the 5 prime, he sensibly works on escaping his back checkers. So 6-1 is useless. He's got to leave a shot somewhere. So I always find these annoying when there's no good play at all. This looks as though it's going to create too many blots. I think I would have settled for probably just hitting on the 1 point as the least bad option. So 6-5, no hits in the outfield. So he can dismantle his prime and point on the 2 point, or we could hit loose on the 2 point. So I think maybe it's best to hit loose on the 2 point. Those are the 2 plays. You can point on the 2 point when you give up the prime, or by hitting loose, you're not planning to make the 2 point, but you're stopping White, safetying his blots and improving his prime. So 6-4 is a fan. So now he's got 1s, 7s, 9s, 10s. So 1 will hit on the midpoint, and then I think we can cover the 2 point. Yeah, so I think we can, as I say, I think now we can cover the 2 point because we have the option of remaking the bar if he comes in and starts defending. So double three is brilliant. It brings both checkers in and makes an anchor at the edge of the prime. So it stops black's prime from rolling forwards. So 3-1, he comes in, and I think you have to split here before white's prime gets any bigger. So it might well be your last chance to split. So 3-2, you can make the 5 or the 4. Usually, I said yesterday that you want to make the best point is the key. So 6-1 can point on the 1 point, but that involves breaking the prime. So I think you play 12-6 and then decide if you want to split. Yeah, so that I think 12-6 and splitting is the right idea. So I think that's the top play. He can play the 6 in and then hit on the 1 point, but I think he's quite happy with that white checker on the 1 point. The hitting has the advantage, it stops white improving his own prime, but you need to get your back checkers out, and I think that's the priority. So now he's desperate for 3. And if he can't get one of his back checkers out very soon, his prime will start collapsing. So 5-1, he can just about handle. But now he's definitely run out of time. So he's either his prime is going to break or he's got to get one of his back checkers out. So double 5, there's the good half of the roll, and there's the bad half. So now the prime's collapsed. So now white will firmly have the edge when he comes in. If he comes in, so we need a 2 or 3 at the top, and we've got neither. So it's interesting to see how this game has transformed, where blue was doing very well, but his back check has got stuck. Now that, I'm sure, is a mistake, turning the cube to 4. Not that white isn't winning, but you're giving your opponent an opportunity to win the match himself. So 3-4, yeah, you've got to play 7, not 6. So, and he'll correctly redoubles because if he loses this game, he's going to lose the match. So he might as well win the game, win the match when he wins the game. So 3-5 is a great number. He's got one of them out. 3-4. White's got to try and make the 4 point. That's the problem with his game. So I think you save the blot with 10-7. So then it's aiming at the 4 point and still working as a builder. And then I think the right play is to break the anchor and play 22-18. Yeah, so this is definitely wrong. So at the moment, the blue checker on the 2 point was well primed. So he previously needed a 2 to come up to the 4 point, and we gave him a 4. So now the game has swung round in blue's favour. So it might have happened anyway, but he'd certainly prefer to have the cube on 2 in this position. The 3-2, we can't leave any direct shots, I'm sure. And that's 7s, 9s, and 11s. But I think he's probably right to do it while white still has a blot in board. So he can, there is life after death if he gets hit. And now he's spread his checkers out, he's got a bit more flexibility what to play next time to try and get home. So 2-1 now, he's got to save the blots, which he does. So 6-1, So white is way behind in the race, so he's got to try and engineer hitting a shot somehow. 6-2-6 is forced, and 2 comes in to minimize shots. So that's 3-7-11. That's 11, 15, 17 shots. So there's a 3. So that might well decide matters. So I think I would play the back 2 checkers 6 pips each. So you come out from the 3 point to the 6 point and then to the 9 point and then cover that one. So white's firmly in control now, and the way it can go wrong is if he finds a lot of blots a hit. So this, I think, is a bit of an overplay, that he's trying to catch the other checker, which is a reasonable idea, but you can see he's left 4 blots here. So if blue rolls a 1, then the game's maybe up for grabs again. The 6-6 fans. So now white gets the benefit. So he wants to roll a 4 to cover. The 5 also hits. So now it's just trying to make the 1 point, so there's not much difference in the plays. So that's probably as good as any. There's a single ace. So now they're both on the bar, but blue's got a 4-point board and white's got a 5-point board. And white's still got his 5 prime. So if blue comes in, he might find his forward position starts collapsing. But I think he'd still rather be in and have a chance to win than be stuck back. Okay, so 6-3. Yeah, so this looks a nice idea. He's trying to get a shot if blue can't get out next time and has to leave some blots. So the checker on the 9 point, I think, is a bit too far forward. So again, I don't think this is right, that playing with 4 blots is probably the best way you can lose this game. So he's got numbers win, so double 2 and 6-2 make the 6 prime. So he can make the 9, but I think that's useless. I think you play that checker in to the 6 point is good. And I would have played the back one out all the way. 5-4, no plays. Double 4 doesn't seem to do that much. So the one on the 10 point I would bring in and then play the back one out with the remaining 2 4s. So if we can't hit him in the outfield when he comes out, we want to be able to attack him on the 1 point. So that's why I'm trying to get another builder for the 1 point, for the potential of danger of black coming out. So as I was saying, the only way to get another builder for the 1 point is 11-3. So you'll note now the cube is so high that gammons don't have any value. It's not a case that you want to make some sort of trap play and try and close out 2 checkers. You just simply have to try and win. So this will give him more numbers of covering the bar, but less numbers of hitting on the 1 point. And I think you should definitely stay on the midpoint. So if black rolls the miracle double 6, you want to be hit and have a chance to send him back again. So 6-4, 6-6, the only good numbers. And 5-2, that's good play. So now he's got another builder in and he's getting closer to starting bearing off. 6-4, so black's come out. So white should hit with 2-3-4-5. So 2-3, you hit and then you hit again. So The idea is you have to stop your opponent making the 1 point and defending from there. He still has slim winning chances if he does that, but it's better to wipe them out now. So he's got the close out, and he's closed out two checkers. And as I say, the gammon isn't worth anything. So your main goal here is to find a way just to bear off safely. So I think the right play would have been 6 to 5 to get ready to clear the 6 point. So the sooner you clear your points and let your opponent in, the sooner then you risk any losing chances and you can just win the race at your leisure. So 5-4, again, this rule, clear from the rear and don't ask questions. So what you've got to do is get your opponent in behind you, and then you're winning the race without any risk. 6-4's only one safe play. So now he's got some bad numbers. So 4, 5, 6 combinations that aren't a double. So that's half a dozen bad rolls. But he's still winning if he gets one of those. So 5-1. Yeah, so that's too risky. I think you should play 4-3 with the extra one. So that looks like the end. Right, so well played, both of them, I would say, for that one. So thank you very much for watching, and no doubt we'll be updating you in the near future as to when the final of the main is going to come about. So I'm glad we managed to fit in this intermediate final, because quite often you don't get to see the intermediates play. But I think these two played very well. I mean, it's easy to criticize people in the intermediates, but on the other hand, if they played perfectly, you'd criticize them for entering the intermediates and being too strong. So thank you very much for watching, and that's it from me for the moment. But all being well, I should be back for the final or some of the main matches still to come. So thanks very much, and bye for now. Hmm.
Well, let's think about this.
World class so far. It's not my mood. I've been forced into it. I'm going to play on and lose, if that's all right with you.
That's fine by me.
Okay, thank you.
You have one? If you want, I have my ball. This is your ball? Okay. You have a ball.
It's not a nice one.
Cheers.
Okay.
Look, you sod. That's what I like to see, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was lucky to get in the situation.
Strange to think somebody tried to go somewhere else.
I can't believe it. I'm sure that there's a donkey that could, done it better than that. Wouldn't that be 5?
My apologies, Alex. You're right. Sorry. Go back to there. You're right. Sorry about Alex. Get ahead of yourself.
You're making me do this. This is like turning into a man game.
I thought that's what you like for.
No, a big cowardly girl game. Oh, that looks level for me.
I don't know. You might need to get the TD in. from.
So, if we're playing those rules, they're going mad on.
It's the stress getting you, Alex. That's where it is. Just think, there's thousands of people watching you here.
Yes. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a legal move.
Is it legal or illegal?
If I was going to cheat, I wouldn't cheat like that.
I'm glad.
Yes,
Are you agree? I'm
yeah,
glad.
the man from Del Monte said, "Yeah, okay."
Well, for you it is, yes. Not for anybody else.
I don't want to do it.
Yes, you
Hi
do.
everyone, welcome back.
I don't want to do it.
Sorry, I'm afraid I missed some of the start of this match. So fortunately, we're still in the first game. So this is the main semi-final. So I think Keith Gill
Crossing your fingers that
had the weakest opponents that he scored his 7 out of 8 from. So he was confined to the semi-final, and since he's playing Alex Polden, I imagine that Alex lost this extra match to get the bye to the final.
you're supposed to come in with a free, you're supposed to come in with buys every time.
So it's still the first game, so it's match to 9. And Keith is holding Q, but he's definitely got the worst of it at the moment.
What else can I do,
So
Alex? Come on.
that's a good play. So it's duplicating the 2s and 3s to come in with the hitting numbers. So
Is he talking to us?
4-1, he's come in. Now immediately clear 1. That's maybe as good as any. I think maybe 20, moving the back one up, 23-22 is maybe the way to go. The 2-6 he can double hit, and that I'm pretty sure is the right play. Doesn't seem to be any safe play, so you might as well try and get some advantage if you don't get hit. Five three brings 1 in. So now black's looking to cover on the 4-point with 1s, 4s, or 7s. So 1 is covering. Then I think maybe move the back guy out. So you don't have enough to be able to close your opponent out yet. So you want to try and start controlling the outfield. So that's certainly one way to do it. The problem is he's left the blot on the 3-point, which might get hit later on. The 4-3 he's in with the 3 is good, but the 4 is difficult. So the bold play is to bring the same guy out to the 18. So this is the safer play, but it risks having another guy sent back. So 2-4 is near perfect. So he can hit with either, and I think he should hit and then make the blot safe. So this play. So gradually blue is turning this game round. So has he done enough to be able to redouble yet? So he's certainly right to think about it here. So I think on reflection, I think this is a good double. And his opponent thinks so too. So as I was saying, reading between the lines, if this is the semi-final, then it means that Sarbadude has won the extra match to get into the final. Five one comes down and splits is the right play. So when your opponent makes the 5 or the 4 point, there's a danger you can get primed. So you want to start moving your back checkers. It becomes a slightly more urgent than normal. The 3-1 makes the 5 point is good. Double 5. Yeah, so he's doesn't have much alternative aside from blitzing. So now blue really needs to come in. And he fans. So when your opponent's on the bar against a 4 point board, I think that's certainly a good time to consider doubling. Now, blue's made the 5 point here, which is an extra advantage for him for sure. So I think that's maybe enough to give him a take, but he doesn't think so. So now the score goes on to 2-1. So 8 away, 9 away, still much the same as for money, I would say. So 6-4, 3 reasonable plays. You can do split or run all the way, or make the 2 point. The computer has told us is a good play for winning gammons. Right, so 1-5. So the right play is just to hit 1. So 8-7 and then 13-8. So you don't have enough to be able to complete the blitz with only 8 checkers. So the right play, as I say, was to bring another checker down. Double 3 is a great reply, so he comes in and makes the 5, I'm sure is right. So 3-1, I think he should enter with the 3 and then save the 1, 9-8. But now white's got the 5 point, his threat is to make a prime. And because he's already been hit, he's only got 7 checkers in the zone, so it's not a great risk to split your back checkers. There aren't enough white checkers to close you out for quite a while. So that's a bit too conservative, I'm sure. So it's allowing white the opportunity to improve his prime. So 5-5. So the splitting play of mine would have got absolutely murdered. So this looks a good play by Alex, that he's concentrating on making his prime. He couldn't save the blot on the bar, so he's left it there and hopefully going to make it next time. So now blue's got to be aware of this threat of making the bar. So I think the right play is to hit twice here, that he's got to stop white making the bar. And forcing him to use all his roll to come in next time is the way to do it. So yeah, this is an alternative play. So with this, you do the hit and split. So you try and either hit on the bar. Okay, so there's a cube coming in, so that's a good cube. So they both passed a bit early, I thought, so I'm sure it's a good cube based on that you might get your opponent to make a bad pass. So still only a 2-point board. So white's looking actually not to hit, but to roll a 1 or a 6 to make the bar point. So this is actually a good number, even though it doesn't hit. So now blue is looking to anchor at the edge of the prime. So 6-5 is, he can run one guy out, or he can cover the blot on the 1 point and then maybe hit on the 2. I think his best play is probably to run one out. I don't think this is too bad. So 2-6 hits. And now white should be thinking, is he going to extend the prime from the front or the back? So 11-5 is aiming to extend at the front and make the 4 point, whereas 22-16 was aiming at the back of the prime. So 4-5, he's come in. And he can either pop out in front of the stripped midpoint, or he can fix his distribution by playing 13-8. So I would play 13-8. That I think with 3 checkers back and they're all spread out, you can be attacked, but it also gives you more opportunity to make an anchor with your opponent points on you. So he sees it the same way. Again, I'm not entirely sure that's the right play, but it's the play I'd have made. So 4-2, you just point on the 4 point and cross your fingers. So now black has a 3 to anchor or a 5 to return hit. So 1-6, he comes in. So he can again do a tempo hit on the 2 point, but I think it's got really bad now. So you want to try and minimize your gammon losses rather than try too hard to win. So 3-4 hits for sure. The 3, I think, is pretty optional. 4-6 fans, that's not a good idea. Now white can make the prime at the front or the back, and moving it forwards is good. More likely to keep black stuck on the 1 point or on the bar. So again, white should be looking at making the prime a bit longer. So is he going to try and make the 2 point or the 8 point? This looks sensible because he couldn't actually slot the 8 with that. So he should be getting ready to hit loose on the 2 point if black enters there. 4-1, that looks pretty useless. I don't know why he does that one. It doesn't seem to achieve much. So I would have played the front one of those 2 out. So 1-4 comes in, and that's at least the first step towards winning the game. 8-4 looks right. 3-5 is not the 3-4 he wanted to make the prime. So I think you just moved both back checkers out here. That avoids any chance of losing. So this is a more radical approach. And 2-3 can't hit at the top. So he can play 13-8, is just effectively trying to concede a single game. And I think the alternative of covering the 4 point and hitting loose is a bit too wild. So I think even if you manage to get away with it and hit on the 2 point at the top of the board, that you're still a very long way from winning. So I think the idea is to minimize the damage at this stage and just settle for 13-8. Or 6-4, 6-3 is the same sort of idea. So they both seem to be smiling, so that's always a good sign if the players are enjoying the match. Yeah, so he's chosen one of the sensible safe plays. 2-4 to make the prime, and 1-6 is useless, so that one doesn't move. So he comes out and maybe goes forward with the same one. So that's duplicating a lot of ones. So 1-5, he can hit and cover. In fact, he can cover and hit any one of 3 blots. The non-covering alternative was to hit 2. I'm pretty sure this is right. So yeah, still fighting for the 2 point, I think is a good idea. So anyway, he's got a 4-point board now, so white doesn't need to come in, but it would certainly help his cause. So he's come in and hit. Blue has come in and he has to hit 8-5. And 5 hits is good. He can't cover. So he brings the nearest one round, giving him some more indirect covers next time. So double 2, looks like this hits twice. So in some ways we're seeing the problem I talked about earlier, that if blue actually wins the fight for the 2 point, it's still a long way from winning the game for him. 6-2, so this is right, I'm sure. So getting a checker out from behind the prime gives him more time and will reduce his gammon losses when the game gets resolved. So he's still desperate for ones. I think that's what he really wants in this position. So 3-2. Don't think it's a brilliant shot. He can hit 2 checkers, but it's very difficult to cover the 2 point. And so if you're not going to hit, what are you going to do? Maybe you just play 15-10 and limit yourself to 2 blots. So again, this hitting twice play, you can see it's possible that you can cover the 2 point and have all his checkers on the bar for a while, but you've still got this problem of rolling the 1-6 3 times. So that's why I'm being a bit conservative and saying that I didn't want to take too many risks. So his play, I think, was better than what I was suggesting. So what he's trying to do is build a counter prime. So now when white comes in, he might have to break his forward position. So that's the plan. And it certainly gives more winning chances than any other plan, I think. However, if white's not going to come in, his need for 1-6s is getting more and more desperate very quickly. So here I think I would bring the back checker into the 6 point. So the good bit of going to the 6 point is we're a bit closer to killing sixes. So if we can't roll our 1/6s very quickly, then we need to stop playing sixes and keep our forward position a little bit longer. So 5/4 now he can bring them both in. So as I say, he should bring the other one here in here and kill the sixes. Will allow him to hold his forward position a bit longer. Whatever you play, there's going to be some bad numbers break your board next time. But meaning that you don't play sixes is going to help your cause. So 2/4, that's would have broke him if that was his last number. So 1 is good, he's come to the edge. So now white, if he comes in, he's got 2/5, 2/6 are good. Double 2, I imagine, is good. Crucial roll for blue. So he's jumped the prime, so that's good. And now his plan is he's beginning to see light if white enters badly. There's a 1, there's another one getting to the edge. Three, 2 is not 1 or 6. So I'd carry on with the same one. I think you burying checkers on the 1 point is going to be costly in the long term, if not in the short term. It looks like he sees it the same way. So the good news for white is he's not rolling the bad 2s that break his prime. The 3/4 is a collapse. So the 4 we have to play 5-1. And then you look for the 3, and I guess you've got to play 4-1. Now 2/3 is transformed into a good number for white. 2/6 was always good. And that goes a long way towards snuffing out blue's chances. So 5/4, again, he's got to play to the 1 point. So now it's pretty much over for him. So he's down to a 3-point board. So I think white should hit on the 2 point with a 2. So he can actually try attacking now. I don't think this is too bad a plan. So the key factor is that blue's broken down to a 3-point board. So the hitting contest is going to be in white's favour. So he's got 3 to cover or 6 to cover. And of course fails to roll any of them, but he's hit the other block. That's good. So now he should try and bring another checker round. So yeah, bring the front one round to the 12. So you do need 12 checkers to close your opponent out. So that was the one potential problem with his attacking with the 5-1. So 5-2 makes the 2 point. So blue's got the 1, so there's life still. So what blue's hoping for here is to establish an anchor on the 1 point, and that will cut down on his gammon losses. This 3-point board is working out more effective than one would expect. 6-3, so he's come in. So we can come closer, 12-9, but I think I'd probably break the 6 point and spread them out a bit, but certainly no great difference at all between the plays. And now he's got 8s and 18s. And 4 comes in ready to hit. Right, so blue's dug in. So now white should be focusing on the top left corner of the board. So the danger is when blue comes in that he can jump out with a 6. So our first task should be to move 1 to our midpoint. So we should move off the 6 point here to the 12, and then maybe bring the 4 round the corner. This isn't too bad either. And that looks like the top play. So he's aiming at the bar point at the top of the board. The 1-2 comes in and plays safe. So now 4-6 would be good to make the prime. 4-5 doesn't quite do it. So 2 plans. We can move the back checker, which is going to give us a lot of wins, but we can't exploit any blots that black leaves. Or we could play something inside, so 11-6 and then 14-10. So that's the one you don't want to move. You can't stop his 6-6, so you want to remove other numbers that are good for him. Double 1, that's a good number. There weren't many numbers didn't leave a shot there that didn't escape. 6-1 comes in, and he should go to the midpoint again. So he's looking at it and deciding he doesn't want to be hit if blue rolls 6-6. So maybe he's right. Now this is a very conservative approach by Alex, that he's minimizing his losing chances, but in the process he's cutting down his potential gammon winning chances. And that's a complete collapse of his board. So white should be aiming to roll a 4 and slot the bar point here. Don't pick it up, leave it there so you get sent back and collect some more blue checkers. So what I was suggesting is white would really like to be on the bar here. So it looks like blue might be able to get away with just losing a single here. I think the only danger is when Alex brings his checkers in, that when one blue checker runs off the 1 point, that white will be very keen to attack it. 5-1. Yeah, I think that's right. Save one of the blots. Three saves the last one. So blue's got some hitting chances here from the 1 point, but I think it's very unlikely that they'll result in a win, but they'll certainly stop him being gammoned a lot of the time. So 3-2. So Alex has been playing this well. So taking checkers off when he has the opportunity because he's not worried about being hit. He needs to try and win the gammon. 5-4, that's a disaster, so that's a double shot. So taking the 5 off is forced. So you play 5 off is forced, and then I think 6-2. So it takes one less checker off, but it does make it possible for you to save the checkers next time. So that's a brilliant shot. So now he gets both out and moves one all the way and then gets the last one out. I'm not sure what he's thinking about here. He's got to bring this last one out. Going to the 12 point, slightly inferior to putting one on the 6 immediately. But I think blue's comfortably saving the gammon here. So the position's just transposed. Or 2. Not sure that's right. Not a lot of difference. Maybe 6-4 is better. Certainly helps with some of the 4s next time. 5-4 and 3-4. Okay, so that makes no difference. So now I think blue's guaranteed to get one off. Yeah, so this was one of the rolls last time. So however you play it, you have to take one off. So I think Keith's going to be quite pleased that he's limited his losses to 2 points this game. And now it's 6 away, 7 away. So effectively, Alex is 1-0 up in a 7-point match. So they're taking a break now. Hmm. So Alex has come back and we're still waiting for Keith. And here he is. He seems to have turned up with a coffee. So as I say, 1-0 to 7 effectively. 6 away, 7 away, 6-3. Splitting, it's the usual play. 6-2, so you hit. And now you split because you've got the spare on the 8 point. 5-6 hits back. Three one, so you come in with a 3, and I think you hit on the 5 point. If you hit on the 7, you leave him numbers to hit you back and numbers to make the 5 point. 2-3 is a hit. 1-2, so you come in with the 2 and then hit on the 5 point with the 1. Just the same as last time, and hope to do better. So double 5. But fortunately, White's managed to make his 3 point, which has avoided any disaster with this. Not that it's pleasant anyway, but at least he's not stuck with tons of checkers on the bar. 5-4 brings them both in. That's a good shot. Now Blue's hoping to point on something with either 2 odd numbers or 2 even numbers. So I think he's very far from a double. So this position with just the 1 point made, the opponent's very likely to make some anchors. 2-4 points on the 4. Now White can roll a 2 or a 5 and have a reasonable game. So 3-4, he's come in. The 4 doesn't do anything. So if you come down from the midpoint, you give him 2s and 4s, that's even numbers. And at the bottom, he's got odd numbers at the moment. So I think this is the right play. Six two. He can hit on the 2 point if he wants to, but I don't think that's right. You can make the 18 point anchor. I think the top play is 18 to 10. So you're still keeping your attacking options, but moving home towards getting towards the bear off. Yeah, so he's seen 13 to 5, which is also a candidate. It's best play to win, but you are playing with 4 blots this way. Double 1 fans, so he's justified his play for sure. So 3 or 5, so 5 covers, and now 6 you hit on the 2 point. So basically black is playing a blitzing play. So it's a failed blitz because white's got an anchor, but it hasn't failed too badly. So his choice is to unstack the mid and make the 10. That's the safe option. The more bold play was to hit on the 5, or make the 5, but rather difficult to bring the position home. So the one on the 18 goes round nicely. So I think we go round to the 6 and then decide, do we want to cover the 2 or bring the back guy out? 5-1. Why is he doing this? He could have hit 10 to 5 and then covered the 4. Was way better than this. He just completely missed it. So 5 on the 3 point is not disastrous. He might well be able to run off the gammon without the double 6. Okay, so two of them come out for sure. And I would leave them there. Start building your board as he's doing. So it's nice to have a spare on the 3-point in your opponent's home board, so you can hit from there and keep the anchor. So this, I think, is the number one play. So 6-4, it doesn't really play down from the midpoint. So I guess you've got to clear the 8-point here. Not nice, but I can't see anything else. I mean, the other thing would be 13-7 and then 6-2, and I think that's seems like every number would hit with that play. So the idea of this play is you don't leave anything now, and you'll run one from the midpoint and leave one checker to look after itself. So 6-2. Yeah, so he makes the 4-point is good. Now, as I say, black's looking for 7, 8, or 9. 6 is not what he wanted. If he plays one from the mid, there is some duplication. It's 1s and 4s. So now white should actually look to try and cover the 1-point. So that number actually does it if he wants to. Or he could play the 3-point out to directly attack the midpoint. And then maybe play the spare 16-6. Because as I say, we do want to cover that blot on the 1-point sometime. So getting something in range of doing that is a good idea. So that's the play he's looking at. And I think it's a pretty good play. A crucial role for blue. 5-1, he can't break the midpoint. 5 and 3, I think you cover the 1-point. Could clear our own midpoint and play 2 down from there. But now we're up to a 4-point board, is positive. So again, blue's got this problem. How's he going to play from there? So 3-5 is forced, but at least he's got one of them safe. So that leaves 1s, 4s, and 5s to hit. I don't know why he's thinking of doubling. I think even if you hit, I don't think there's anything hits and covers. Yeah, double 4 manages to hit and cover. I think that's the only potential market loser. And obviously there's quite a few numbers miss here. So it's pretty clear here, I think, for me, that you hit first and ask questions later. That doubling now, you can miss the shot, or if you hit the shot, he might hit you back, and he's got a 4-point board the same as you. So Alex has got there in the end, decided he doesn't want to double yet, so 4-2 is a hitter, is good. So now does he pick up the blot? Double 3, that's a good roll, I'm sure. Now that's a good play because it aims at the 5 and the 2, but I wouldn't have worried too much about the 2-point. So I'd have liked to have made one of the higher points. So maybe the 11-point or the 10-point. I think I've got a slight favoritism towards staying there, but by no means certain. So this way we get hit with 2s is the only direct shot, and we get a direct return. But if we go out, he's got 4s and more long ranges. 2, 7, 11, 10 is not one of the good ones. So 12 to 6 looks like a good play. And then go to the midpoint. So you leave 8s, 11s, 12s. But you want to spare on the 6 point for the long term. It's good for making the 5 point and the 2 point. So this, I think, is the best play, and it's certainly the best play if he survives the shot this time. So 9 is a miss, but it does come a long way round. So now he's got 2s and 3s to hit, and if he misses, he'll lose a single. So 5-1, he's missed. So he saves the blot. So he's blocking double 1 and double 2, but very remote chances. So double 3 comes in, but doesn't take any off. So I think Blue's going to win a single fairly comfortably here. So I think he's got a massive race lead, but not enough to win a gammon. So I think White needs 6 crossovers to save the gammon. He's throwing his hands up in despair that he's only got 3 pips. So he's only going to save the gammon by 3 rolls rather than 4. It's a 2-1 again. He's doing his best to make some excitement in the game. 3-2, so he brings 1 in. Yep. So there's 8 black checkers left, so maybe 2 double 6s would work. Now I think he can save it with 2-1 twice, so it's a single. And he's got 13 left, so it's impossible to win. Again, the score switches round, so they seem to be alternating. So one player's 1 point ahead, and then his opponent wins 2 points. So 4-3 is 5 away, 6 away. And 5-1 to blue. So down and split. That's the top play, I believe. 4-2 makes the 4 point. 4-1. That's a particularly useless number. Yeah, so this looks like a good play. 22 and 9. So because White's made the 4 point, we want to do something to make an advanced anchor. That's also a perfectly reasonable play. The double 6 is always good when you make both bar points. So now Black, I think he needs to anchor to be able to take a cube. So he's done that, 2 and 1. So that, I think, leaves him a comfortable take. So White's got the race lead, but he's got the problem of clearing the 18 point. So I think the game just progresses slowly for the moment. So he's having a think about clearing the bar point now, and I think that's definitely wrong. So I mean, the argument is that blue hasn't got a board yet. So that's a bad number. So I think you probably just play 2 off the midpoint. So he's pleased he's hit, and he's hitting with the 6 and then deciding which is the least bad 5. So this, I think, is a speculative double. I mean, it's always dangerous when you're the one on the bar. You don't really have much threats, but he's obviously aiming to hit with fives and sevens. And bring the same guy out. So, racing plan for white. So blue would actually like to enter with a low number. So it's not a 1, but it's not too bad. Then I think you've got to play 8 to 2. So the idea here is the checker on our opponent's 2-point acts as a kind of goalkeeper. So it means he can't play comfortably just behind our anchor all the time. The 3-2 makes the 5-point. That's good. So as I say, he's not moving his back checker up. So in order to save his blots, white had to make the 11-point, and I think he should definitely get off it now. So the point 6 in front of an anchor is always the hardest one to clear. You can point on the 2-point, but I think that's definitely the wrong plan. I think clearing the 11 is right this time as it was last time. So now maybe the white blot back on the 22 is getting under a bit of pressure. So I think blue would be keen to move that if he got the opportunity next roll. The 3-4 makes the 3-point, yes. The 5-4 we can just make the 1, so we've run out of time, but white has got a difficult roll coming up. 6-5, that clears the mid safely. That's a brilliant shot. So he's having a joke about pointing on the blot and keeping the midpoint. So double 1, play off the midpoint to the 10 and the 12, I think. Now I think white's got more pointing numbers than bad numbers. And now blue really wants to come in with a 5 and try and defend from the 20-point. White wants to do as much as possible for clearing points while his opponent's on the bar. Yeah, so you can clear the 7-point, you can clear the 8-point, or you can do a switch and play 3 to 1 twice and kind of force your opponent in higher up. So I think I would make the 1-point 2 to 1 twice and then think about whether we play 3 to 2 twice or 8 to 6. So the problem's going to be what white's going to do with his 6s in the next roll. So with this play, your 6s are going to go to the 1-point. He's in slots, and I think I'd probably have gone to the 6-point. I don't think you're ready to cover yet. The 6s can leave a shot, but he hasn't rolled one. So bring 2 checkers in, get some more builders aiming for the 1-point. And suddenly there's more of your 6s are going to point on him than leave a shot. 5-3, that's a very good covering number. Right, so 6-1, 6-2, 6-5, double 6 are all good. 4-2 doesn't leave a shot. Now blue might have a dilemma if he rolls something with a 4, whether he should come up or stay back. So this is case in point. So bringing the back checker out all the way is going to lose a single most of the time. I think that's right. There's too many builders, I think, on the 1-point. So my play is 24-17. leaves a shot here, 6-4 and 6-6. And that's not an awful lot, and there's going to be a lot more numbers point on you. But there's the 6-6. Well, it would have got a shot the other way as well. So he's got 13 shots instead of 11. So a hit will win and a miss will lose. So now white's got more gammon chances because blue's stuck on the bar. Five, four, we can only take one off. So black comes in, which is good for saving the gammon, but bad for his hitting opportunities. Okay, so we've got to get round somehow. 6 looks good. And I always find it's a dilemma whether you go to the 12 or the 11, and the computer prefers the 12 more than I do. Now that looks as though it's going a long way towards winning the gammon. So 2-1, we go to the 11, I think. We're going to need a big double sometime soon. So he's got to make one crossover to have a chance at all. Yeah, so 12 to 6 gives him double 5 as well as double 6. Yeah, or you could play 2 checkers to the 11 and get double 5 that way. So 12 to 11 is forced, and then you can either bring one in or put a third checker on the 11. I mean, it doesn't seem a big difference. It isn't really a big difference, but I mean, on the positive side, you can say you're doubling your chances of saving the gammon. It's probably as good as you could hope for. So this way you don't get double 5. So that is a small error, I'd say. And he rolled it double, so it was a gammon anyway. Right, so 2 away, 5 away. So this one, I always remember, is 25%. So I was saying yesterday that when I learned the game that we were told that you didn't double your opponent when he was 2 away because you didn't want to double him into match. But actually the computers say the reverse is true. That, as I said, that Kit Woolsey says you're not giving him the cube, you're taking it away from him. So Alex should be looking for positions without gammons. And it's very tempting to think you want to win the match by winning an undoubled gammon, but then you're saying that I'm not going to use the cube during the game. Much better to reach a position where you're threatening to win a single and you can actually use the cube. So double 1, brilliant shot. Hits and makes the 4 prime. So blue can think of doubling depending on white's reply, and this is certainly a good enough reply to hold up the cube, I think. Yeah, so that's a good play. So he's coming up to either jump the prime or make an advanced anchor at the edge. So 3-1 comes in, and he's got to come up, I think, yes. So now white would like a 1 to anchor, or some small combination to point on him. So this is nothing, so just 21-13. Solves half our problems. 4-1 makes the 20 point. He'd rather have attacked, but it's certainly still a good roll. 3-2, he's trapped. So now blue gets another chance of attacking. 3-4-5. 10. And that hits 13-3. So the general theme in these positions is when you've got a prime and your opponent moves up to try and escape, then you want to hit and send them back. And it was possible to bring two down from the midpoint and try and extend the prime from the back, but this way, even when you're hit, that he hasn't managed to escape. Four two makes the 4 point. It's not the escaping 6 he was after, but it still improved his position. 3-1, yeah, so he's coming up. I think that's the right idea. He could hit, but there's no other white blots anywhere. I think you keep your powder dry and bring the back guy up and get ready to hit next time. He's still not out. So now, as I say, I think blue is ready to hit now with 2, 4, 5, 6, 1. I guess we can come out from the back. Not clear we should go all the way, but it's not too bad for sure. So finally, he's got the 6. So he's got to come out and carry on and give a 6 return. So he's trying to hide the blot on the 11 so he won't get hit. And that was hit and on. So 3-1, we're in a mess whatever we do. So we could come to the edge and try and escape. And now blue, I think, should be doubling. As I say, at this score, when your opponent's 2 away, you've got to double aggressively. You can't count on just winning 5 points to win the match that way. So he's got some pointing variants. So 1s, 3s, and 4s will point on him. And he's got some priming numbers. So 4-2 or 3-1 makes a point at the back. So he's passed, and I'm not sure about that. I'd have taken quite a bit more time, I think. So, the reason why I didn't like passing is because now the score's 2 away, 4 away. So this is the score in backgammon when the cube action is most violent, should we say. So the player who's 4 away wants to win a double gammon and win the match straight off. So 5-4, we should split with the 4, and I think you're right to hit with the 5. So you shouldn't be terrified of moving your back checkers when you're at some sort of gammon save score. So hit with the 2 and maybe go on with the same one. Don't feel strongly about that, or 11 to 10. And now it might well be a double. The reason I say that is because white's given up his anchor, so bad things can happen. So 6-3 makes the 5 point. I don't think there's any alternative with this. And I guess you can run the back guy out, but that's considerably worse. You're trying to get to positions where you can win gammons and win the match. So in order to win the gammons, you have to make your points inboard, and the 5 point's the best point. So I think if you make the 5 point, you can certainly think about doubling next roll if he doesn't anchor on the 4. I'm not sure what else you can think about here. As I say, 24-15 is a reasonable play, but it's the wrong plan at this score. So So that leaves white all these indirects and 2s and 3s to anchor. 3-4, you can hit or make the 20 point, and I think you should hit. So you can see blue hasn't made any new points yet. 2-6 is usually a bad entering number. I think you come in and I think you have to hit with the 6. There's just no other 6 is less bad. 3-4, just make an anchor. Just treat it calmly and let the storm pass over you. And 3-4 doesn't do anything. I think you've probably got to hit. So hit with the 4 and then play the same checker on. It doesn't achieve much for you, but at least if you take away half your opponent's roll, then he can't achieve a lot himself. So you can see with this game, they've played a few moves each, and no one's actually achieved anything aside from white making his 21-point anchor. So 4-3, that's a really useless roll. So if nothing else, he was looking to save his blot on the 14, but it can't get to safety. So maybe you could just move that guy round all the way. Play 14-7. Yeah, so I like this play. So because white's got this defensive anchor, then it's preventing black from doubling because he's got such small gammon threats. Yeah, so this is a reasonable play. But I think if you play 13-9 twice, you'll probably want to make the 5 point like this. And I think this is the game where he's turned down the 5 point once. So maybe this is following the plan of not making the 5 point when you can. So 2-3 Alex. It's the normal strategy of making the 5 point when the chance arises. 2-1, I guess you've got to come up, yeah. 5-2. The 2, I think, is from the midpoint, and then you decide if you want to hit. And he's decided he has. No, I certainly don't think that's too bad. Now he's got his defensive anchor and it's only against a 2-point board. It's no great loss when you get hit. The double 4 comes in, hits and makes a point. So is it the 4 or the 2? So, I mean, the 4 is the best point, so I guess we do that and we hope to unstack the 6 later on. 2-1, now it's a bit more risky to come to the edge, but I suppose there isn't really that much of an alternative. So 5-4 can hit with the 4, but then we have to leave some more blots. So yeah, this looks like a good play, that he makes a point and leaves 0 shots. Double 1, suddenly he's changed plans and made the 5 point and done what most people would. The 3s are good. He's thinking about doubling, but I can't see it myself. There's only one blot and white does have his defensive anchor, so he might be favourite in the game, but I can't see there's many gammons at all. So blue correctly snatches. The double three, he can make a six prime. I think it's one of the least effective six primes I've ever seen. The 3-1, we can pick and pass. So that leaves black some awkward entering numbers where he comes in and has to break his prime. But while he stays on the bar, he can hold his prime. That takes away some awkward numbers, but there's still 3-1, 3-2, 3-3. So it's interesting that White's position with the 4-point anchor and the 6 prime in front of him, that generally if you have the 4-point anchor or the 5-point anchor, you can still take a double when you're stuck behind a 6 prime. The problems arise when you move too fast and your board starts to collapse. So I guess he'd really like blue to come in here. So he has come in, 3-2. So now we've got a duplicate, I'm sure. So that gives him a 5, which he doesn't have. That gives him a 1. That's an interesting play because then he's got the 1, but he's got to jump the prime. So 8-6 was my initial thought. So interesting play, 4-3. Well, now you have to hit. I can't see why you can't hit when there's 2 blots in your opponent's board. The 1 splits off the anchor. So he's planning on staying on the 4-point for quite a while. So if you come out with a 5, you want to tidy up the blots, yep. And now the problem for White is how badly his board breaks while blue is just moving round calmly. Yeah, I thought it ended at the back of the prime rather than on the prime. Okay, so double 4, that's the board breaking. So now black can think about some sort of trap plays. So maybe we can make the 5-point here. So blue should be thinking of trying to win a gammon and to win the game rather than just find a safe play where he doesn't lose quickly. Another opportunity to make the 5-point. At the moment, he's 2-1 against making the 5-point. He's turned it down twice and made it once. Yeah, so that looks like the best natural play. So now he's ready to attack when White runs. So 4-2, 5-1, a bad for White. So this way, at least he gets one away, but he gets a little further than that. I think that was a 10 rather than 11. So 5-1 hits. So now if White fans, he should just lose a single, but if he hits, then he can end up losing a gammon. So get out is my recommendation here. At the moment, you can be hit by 2s, 3s, and 6s. Oh, it was a 4-2, right, apologies. 2-1 fans. So 6 hits is good. 6 hits. And get up the double 5 from there. So it looks like White's got a fair chance of limping home. I'm not sure about that, but certainly saving 1 is not a bad plan. 4 is forced. We can get hit by 5s there. If we come closer, we get hit by 4s. I think you're right to stay back. So that way we're duplicating the entering 5 with the hitting number. So now Alex is hoping to roll a 6 just to get safe. The 5-4 does the job. The blue should be strengthening his board. Yeah, and the race? I don't think so. I think you make the 2-point. You can try racing, but I don't think it's a good plan. 5-6, that's a shot. No, one's hit and anything else just loses. I think white's got 2 ops and it's 13 left, so 11 left. Blue needs 17 crossovers. We're getting to the stage of it's difficult to imagine how white could lose this game. Blue's got 2 off. And white has 7 left. And they needed to be all doubles from there, and it wasn't. I don't think it's possible for blue anymore. It certainly isn't now. Right, so that concludes the semi-final. So we've got Alex Polden is playing the final against, it was Christos Dade. So I'm going to take a short break for a bit, and I expect that Alex will probably feel that he wants to take a break before starting the final. So thanks very much for watching, and I will catch up with you in a short while. Right, so welcome back to the grand final of the Art Gammon UK Open. The two players, Alex Polden and Sabadade, I think we've seen both of them on the stream so far. So I can say that they're both good players. So 4-3, 2 down. 2-1 splits. I'm not sure about the split when your opponent brings 2 down. It's often right to counter slot, so the 4 is good for black anyway. So 3-1 makes the 5 point, double 4 makes the 5 point. So it's a 9 point match. 3-4. Now this is a tough play. So normally you'd play the 4 down and split with the 3, but there's a lot of white checkers in the zone now, so the splitting with the 3 is a bit dangerous. So he's making the 9 point and thinking about the 3. So 13-10 is the alternative. So he went with the split, and 6-4 is the priming play. So now black wants to anchor or jump. So he's done this rather quickly. I mean, the alternative is he can make the bar and have his own solid five prime. So he's going back to have a look, but there's a hit in the outfield that I think is better than both of the other two. Double four comes in, makes the point in board. Yeah, so is that enough to hold off the cube? Seemingly it is. 6-1, he can jump the prime. That's certainly a candidate. So I think that's what I would do. And you've got to jump the prime sometime. And if you can't do anything great on the other side, maybe now is the time to do it. So there's a safe play, 12-6 and 10-9, but that gives white a free roll to make an anchor somewhere. So at least if you jump the prime, you can say I'm in a brilliant position if I missed. So there was a German came up with a theory on these positions and said, that the safe play here is you always end up with one checker back. Whereas if you run the back checker out, sometimes you end up with 0 checkers back. So he wants to try and escape. So I think now is as good a time as any to make your move forwards. So it looks as though you're walking into a big attack, but white's sixes are going to be difficult. So he doesn't have a good 6 at the bottom of the board. So a 6 is virtually forced to play 7-1. Yeah, so he's got to play 7-1. And then the question is, do you hit? And I don't think you do. So black can get out now, but the 18 point is a good defense. So there's a 5. So does he come up with the 5, or is the checker on the 2 point doing a lot of damage there? Maybe he plays 2 off the 6 point. So black's position is very stacked with all these checkers on the 6 point. So I think he's probably right to stay back for this roll. So if we roll the video forward, we could see if he comes out, then black will save his spare checker and then probably be able to give a good double, threatening to clear the midpoint. So I think white would do best to stay back, certainly for one roll. So he's chosen to come forward, and I think black is right to wait until he's saved his blot and then assess if he's going to double. So he saves the blot. 3-2 does nothing special. I did a quick count, and I think black's actually behind on the pip count. So 5-2, we can free one of the ones on the 18, so that's right. 5-4, he moves the spare from the mid. So as I said, the running count I've got, I think white is slightly ahead. So the contact is favouring black. He's hoping to get a hit when white comes off the 18. So now some 6s are going to force him to open up. 4-2 is just about okay. So I'm pretty sure you just play 2 off the 6 point here. You keep your board strong and see what transpires next roll. I don't really see there's a lot of merit in breaking your board now to avoid breaking it in the future. This play keeps a lot of fives. 6-3, he clears the 9 point. I think that's right. So the alternative was clearing 8. So 6-5, he's got to go, and he does. So black has 24 shots here. I think you have to double, and I'm pretty sure you take as white here. So you've got a good race lead. So 12 times you're going to be missed and be doing happy. And sometimes when you're hit, you're going to be able to recover from that. So he correctly takes. So 5-3 is a miss. So I think the play here is you bring the 2 in from the 8 point. So that does keep some hitting chances, and at the same time it makes 2 crossovers, which is good for the race. So you can keep the 8 point, which will block him some more, but I think you have to leave 2 blots in board if you do that. So I think this is the top play. So this position, I think black has 15% hitting chances. So I think white's actually got to get past the block before he redoubles. So you need about 25% to take a double. And if you've got 15% of hitting, then you've probably only got to win 1 in 7 or so, something like that, 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 of the races. At 5-4, he's passed. So now I think he should be doubling next turn. And now I'm going to say it's a redouble and a pass. So 2-0 to 9, still within striking distance. So I don't think Saba should adjust his cubing that much yet. The 2-1 splitting. Slotting is usually about level with that. 4-1 hits twice. That's the best play, I think, that you can't do anything good. 5-6 comes in with 1. 3-5, you can hit and cover, which he does. So now he's got 2 on the bar. 6-1 fans. So now black should double. So he's still only got 8 in the zone. So I think it's probably a take for white, but 2 on the bar is the big disadvantage here. The double and take, I think, is the right cube action here. So there's the double and there's the take. So 1, 3, and 8. 8 is brilliant. So that covers and makes the 4. So white might be regretting it now after that very good number. 6-3, come down and hit. So simply we try and close him out. So 4s, 10s, 5-1 is another one. 4-5 covers and bring down a builder again. So now you want to do something with your back checkers, so that looks a good idea, attacking the 3rd blot. So he's come in, so black will want to hit with a 6. So do you hit that one or the bottom? I think I would hit at the bottom, but I could well be wrong. So what you want to do is prevent your opponent making an anchor, and now he can anchor with any 2. So 6 or 8 to hit. 6 is a hitter, that's clear. So 8 or 11 to cover. So now we could switch. We could give up the 4 point or the 5 point. So white hasn't actually achieved anything, so certainly not terrible to make this bold play. So 6-1, he covers, gets the close out. The double 3, the back check is stuck. So 3 checkers closed out. It's normally 75% gammons if there's none in the outfield, but there are a lot in the outfield. So the 2 consecutive double 3s are about as bad as it can get. So he comes out and he can't play it all with the back checker, so he has to break a point. But it's not serious yet. The 5-1 comes round. Now I think the danger has passed for the moment. So 6-5, he plays 5 in and 6 off. And now blue's completely even at the back. So there's very little shot leaving chances. So this looks as though it's going to be a gammon without any argument either way. But that's enough to save the backgammon, and I think he's too far back to have any chance of saving the gammon. So if it was a UBC match, you should leave 1 checker in your home board, in your opponent's home board, until he's threatening to win the backgammon. And that way you get an extra decision. So that went exactly as Saba would have hoped. So now he's leading for 2. So 5 away, 7 away. 6-2 splits. Double 6 makes both bar points with a hit. That's clear. 2-6 comes in and saves the blot. And if white was further behind, he could double, but only trailing by 2 points, I think he's right to wait. So he can hit twice or play safe. Hitting twice certainly isn't too bad. The 1-4 brings them both in, but his blot on the 5 point is open to attack. So he hits with the 5. And he can come down. I think you probably hit the second checker here. You want to fight for the 4 point. And now blue has a 6 to return hit, is good. 5-6. 5 comes in. I don't like that 6. I don't see how there's any great gain in having the checker on the 2 point if it's hit or not. So might as well hit. Stops your opponent doing any damage and gains a lot in the race. 4-6 hits back. So I think in all this confusion, white's lost his race lead. You can see, strangely enough, that blue's actually further back than the starting position, and I think probably white is as well. So I would just make the 20 point here. I don't see the advantage of turning it down. I think if you've got the race lead, you're not under any compulsion to hit right now. So 5-5, that is a very good number. So now it would be good to know what the race was like. I think you bring those 2 out for sure, yeah. So you can clear the bar point is 1 play. The other play was to point on the 1. This was probably right. So 1-1, he starts making his prime. So now white's looking just to play safe. And that's not a roll that does it. So I think 13-9 is the play here. So you're slotting the back of the prime and you've got 4s and 6s to cover or hit back. So yeah, this is a hit and cover. So that's the does two good things to turn the game round. So 2-1. So again, he's going for the race. I think that's probably right. He could have gone for the hit. So 5-2, a lot of choices. I think probably making the 11 is the best play. I suppose you could run 20 to 13. Six one, White can jump out. So I'm not quite sure if he's ahead in the race anymore. Double four. So I think we'd start moving the back checkers and then figure out if we're ahead. And I think if we bring them out, then it's going to be clear we're going to be ahead. Yeah, so I think Black's best plan is racing, and he's come to that conclusion as well. The double five, 15 to 5 twice, so there's the racing play. So I think White's 5 ahead after this play. So it's certainly not a bad play. In fact, I think it might well be the best play if the count is right. So the two important things here are, one is, are you ahead in the race? And the other one is, who's got the most backward point that is going to cause them problems if they can't clear it. So he's right not to double. That the race is still quite close. So 6-5 now, he should clear the back point, I'm pretty sure. There's not many numbers clear that 16 points safely. So I think, despite the fact it's rather boring, just going for the race is the way to go. 6-5, I'd come down with the 5 and start the 4 point. Yeah, so he's done that. And now they're calling in the auditor. Maybe he counted it faster than I can because he concluded it wasn't there yet. So just bring two checkers in to the 5 and 4 maybe, or the 5 and 5. Double 5, that should put White ahead. So very soon someone's going to stop and we can do a count. So I've got 96 White. 105 for Black. So I make it 9 pips, which is just about right to double. So that's 11, that's a big roll, and that's an 8, so he's gained 3 pips. So I thought it was a double last time, and it's definitely a double this time. Now it's more of a question whether Black can take. I think he's probably still in range based on my running count. 25, 35, 85, 97. 85, so that would be too many. $85.97 is what I've got twice now. So that's 12 pips. So usually it's 12% is when it's a marginal take pass. So this was less than 100. So double pass is correct and the score doesn't make a lot of difference. So 5 away, 6 away, still a way to go, 4-1, down and split. So 5-2, I think you're meant to hit and split. Because the builder on the 9 point is very useful for making new points. So 5-4 hits outside is right. The double ace come in, make the 5, and 3 checkers on the 24 point is death, Kit Woolsey says. So it's a good idea to get away from that. So 4-2, it's right to see if there's anything else, but I think you have to make the 4 point still. And you can make the 9 point, but that doesn't save the blot and the outfield anyway. And that leaves 2s, 3s, 5s. So pretty sure you should hit with the 5 here. Hit and split is usually a good idea. Yeah, so he's done that. So it looks a bit bold, but your opponent's got to use half his roll to come in. And this isn't a good entry because he can't save the checker on the 14 with either the 2 or the 4. The 3 covers or makes the 5 point. I think I would make the 20 point, that it's the best point, yeah, and you can use the 1 to hit because there's nothing else to do. So 2-1, that's good. So he hits, then he can come up or save the blot in the outfield. I think that's right. The 5-1, I would come in on the 20, yes. I think it's too early to commit to some sort of back game. You want that extra checker to go into the outfield. So this is his second 4-2, so hopefully he'll make the 4 point this time. 5-4, so now we get the checker out from the 20, what he's looking at, 20 to 11. 3-4, the back guy is stuck. So I think we've got to play 13-6 is the only play. So White's looking to make the bar with 1-4-6, but 5-2 doesn't do it. So I think you make the 3 point here. It's another useful point in board and stops some blacks escaping numbers. So the back check is still trapped. So he has to play 6-2 twice. So Black's got a good race lead, so White's got to find some way of stopping him escaping. I think you make the 11 point and then come out. Yeah, so he's seen that as well. So 5-6, you can come out. I suppose the question is, if you don't come out, what else do you do? So 1-4-6, 1-2, he's got to hit. And I would play 8-6. I think the spare on the 6 is valuable, and making the bar is good. So 2-1, I think you enter with the 2. So usually it's bad to enter on the 23 because you're blocked by the 8 point, but the 8 point's missing at the moment. So I think entering with the 2 and then just 9-8. So he's looking at the hit, and I don't like it. I mean, our advantage at the moment is we've only got one checker back, and this looks like a good way of getting a second checker back. I'm not sure why he's turning down entering with the two. As I say, usually it's a bad idea, but this is the exception. At the moment, White's only got 8 checkers in the zone, so the two on the 11 point don't officially qualify as being in the zone because they're not aiming at an open point in board. So if they were on the 10 point, they count as being in the zone. The 2-1, I think you make the 8 point. That's part of your prime. Two, 6, you can hit and cover. And the idea of this is it will hold White up while we make our escape. So this looks like a good cube, but I think White can still take here. So he sees it differently. So he's passed. Let's have a get 4 away. They're taking a short break. So while we're waiting, I could talk a little about time management. So they've got the common time, 2 minutes a point and 12 seconds delay. So the key thing is the 2 minutes a point. So you play a 9 point match. So you start with 18 minutes on the clock. And the way I manage this is I like to compare the total number of points scored and expect us to use 1 minute per point. So the idea of 2 minutes per point is saying, if you get 8-0 up, you can have used 16 minutes, but then you've only got 2 minutes left to handle the 5 or 6 games your opponent uses for his comeback. So, as I say, I assume that the score is going to go to 8-9. So then there'll be a total of 17 points scored, which fits in nicely with the 18 minutes you have to start with. So what it means is as the match goes on, you can look at the total score and say there's 8 points scored, and then say, okay, I expect to have used 8 minutes. So if we started with 18, I'll be down to 10 minutes. And you can see both players are above the 10 minutes. So he's conveniently put Simon Bargett's book on the board. So I haven't read the book, but I have heard Simon talking about it. And one thing I think is very good is he's switched to some sort of color coding and described certain scores as either green or yellow or red. So it's some scores where the points you win are important, and some scores where they aren't so important. And one thing you get with XG is it quotes things to 3 or 4 decimal places, which is fine for a computer, but for us humans, we rather like things in simple numbers. So if you simply know that, if you're trailing 4 away, 2 away, you don't need much excuse to double. It's a highly volatile score that you want to double very quickly. So the other thing I could say is I'd like to say a bit about the unsung heroes of British backgammon. So there has been an announcement recently that the World Team Championship is going to happen in London next year. So I think Chris Rogers was the guy who came up with the idea of bidding for this, and Martin Barkwill made the presentation. And Andrew Selby, I think, was heavily involved in finding a venue. So I think Earl's Court is a good venue, that it's central London people like, but it's not such central London, it's astonishing prices. So the other thing, Chris Rogers organised this competition of qualifying for the World Championship. So you paid a smallish entry fee to enter a field, and the winner of that field got their entry to Monte Carlo and their accommodation and plane paid for. So we had more British players in Monte Carlo because of that, I think, this year. And just to show there's some justice in the world, that Chris Rogers still outperformed all of them. And the other one is Andy Darby has been doing a lot for intermediates. So he's organised an intermediate doubles league where each player is paired with one strong player. And he's also got his first boot camp is happening down in London in about a month's time. So the players are back, and the score is 4 away, 6 away. So they both need an even number of points. Six one, 6-4. I think you should probably run with the 6-4. Double three makes the anchor. And I think the other pair, I looked at one position yesterday, so they're all quite close. You can play 6-3 twice, or 8-5 twice, or 13-10 twice. Also, a candidate is to leave the back checkers back and make the 5 and the 3 points. So that's the play you would make if you were a long way behind in the score. The double 6 he's played as purely as he can. The 3-1 makes the 5 point. So white has the race lead, but black has the better position. So double 2, that's probably a bit too clever. I think I'd have liked to have made the 5 point there. The double 6 comes out, so it's almost a winner. So come out with both and then decide to come down. So 6-2 is not good enough to hold off the cube. So this is double pass. So yeah, blue was 4 points away. So when your opponent's 4 points away, it's a good score to pass and get him to 3 away. So that point he gets is not as valuable as a lot of the others. Whereas if you take, then he can win, he can get to 2 away or win the match. So 5-2 split is the opening roll, 6-3 running, I think it's fine. I'm not certain what plays right here. If you hit, oh, both of the sixes aren't very good. The 5-4 is not a good shot, but making the 20 point can't be too bad. So 3-1, he wanted to roll a 6. So covering with the 3 is good, but now he's lost his return 6 hitting on the bar point. Double 1 is brilliant, makes prime. So it comes in at 5 down. So now I think white should be doubling, which he is. So holding both 5 points is a good start when you're thinking about doubling. So he's got the 20-point anchor as his defense, and he's got 2 blue checkers firmly stuck behind a 4 prime. So he's 6 away, which is an even number. So again, I think blue is a bit more keen on passing rather than letting him get to 4 away. So now it's 3 away, 5 away. The 5-1 split, 5-4 split, 3-6 doesn't do anything. So yeah, I mean, we can hit with the 3, but then the 6 isn't much good. So 3-1, at least it hits on the bar. So now we don't have a good 6. So we have to come in with the 5 and run the same guy out. Yeah. So now black's got 2s and 4s. So 4-3 can make a point in board, but I'm sure you should hit with the 4. Stop your opponent making the 5. And if there's no good 3, then so be it. So 13-10 is the only 3 that's left. 4-2, that makes the anchor. That stops white losing quickly. So now blue will reply with the same thing, I think. So you make the 20 point, and then with the 6 you can make the bar. So he does have an option to hit. I guess that's what he's thinking about. So that does leave a lot of blots, 5 blots. So I would make the 20 point here. I think shoring up your defense in this early stage is well worth doing. And this makes more of a try towards winning, but it has more chances of losing as well. So now blue's forces are divided as he's lost the midpoint. So he's got some at the front and some at the back, but a big gap between them. So that means you've got to bring one out and fight for something in the outfield. So 4-6 is a double hit. So at the moment, it looks like this breaking the midpoint play is not working well. The double 5 is not brilliant. I think you have to point on the 1 point here. I don't think Alex will do it because he seems to be too pure a player. So with doubles, there's always lots of options, but so perhaps I'm wrong. So maybe we just make the normal play and make the 1 and the 3. Oh, right, he's found a double hit. That's better than my play. The double 5 is good, comes in with both. So does he make a point in the outfield or attack? Well, in some ways, this is more stylistic play. So he's found another hit. And Alex fans. So blue doesn't have a point in board yet. He's got lots of checkers in the zone. White seems to have a lot of weaknesses. So if he passes, Saba goes to 2 away. So maybe it is a good cube. So he's got 2, 3, 4, 6 to point on the 4 point. And I guess since both players have got 3 back, then blue's not doing too badly in the race. Yeah, so maybe it is a powerful cube, but always passing before your opponent's made a point in board. The Americans call it a pointless double when you double before you've made a point in board. And I mean, they do sometimes exist, but having one that you should pass is another matter. Okay, so 4-1 splits. So now the score's 2 away, 5 away. So we saw this last match that the trailer wants to double rather aggressively. So 5-3, just 2 down from the midpoint, I think. 9 almost hits. He needed a 9 to hit, but it had to be a 6-3. So probably just run one out here. 23-14. So now white wants to make a priming play. So he can make the 9 point. It's not the ideal point, but it's still a point. So now he's got 4 points in his prime. And 4-3 makes a point as well. But you'll notice the 2 of blue's points, the 10 and the 4 point, are 6 apart, so they can't be part of the same prime. So 5-1 is a hit and split. I think you'll probably do better just to run out. 4-6 escapes the last checker. Double 4, not much use, I'd say. So make the 4 and cover the 1 point. So I think yesterday we had a lot of positions where once you hit loose on the 1 point, you should cover it. So the problem now is that if you don't cover it, it's a weakness and tempts your opponent to attack. The 3-5 points on head is obvious. The 2-6, he's come in and anchored, which is good. So it looked like he might just have got wiped out at that stage. So now Saba is thinking of doubling, so 2 away, 5 away. So if Alex passes, it's 1 away, 5 away, and he's 16%. So if he takes and recubes, then he's about 2/3 towards winning the match. So maybe he needs 25. So 6-4 makes the 9 point, just leaves a double shot. I mean, an indirect shot. So there's 2 blots in one white's board. So he doesn't mind playing too aggressively, but the safe play just seemed perfectly reasonable here. So he's giving some thought about doubling, and my calculation was if white passes, he's got 16%, and if he takes and wins, he's about 2-1 favourite, so he's won about 2/3 of the matches. So 16% and about 2/3 of his take point. So I think he's looking for 25% take point, and I rather doubt he's got it here. So the main problem is the 2 white checkers stuck on the back on the 2 point, that it's very difficult to get them out. So he's doing some mental arithmetic. So it's certainly worth looking at potentially bad numbers. And you can see black's got the 2 on the midpoint. So maybe sixes are bad. So you want to have a look at all the sixes and say, how do they go? So 6-1, you can just play safely to the 4 and the 5. 6-2 and 6-3, I think you just make the bar point. 6-4, probably you just play safely, clearing the back point. And 6-5, I think is really bad. Okay, so 3-1. Certainly not perfect. We'd like to play 6-5, but then we haven't got a 3. So 10-6 is the safe play. And now he's redoubling correctly. So 4-2 looks like the golden opportunity to clear the midpoint. And that leaves a 5-4. So just leaving two numbers can't be too bad. 4-3, bring down the builders to cover the 3-point. 2-3, spread out all the builders safely. 3-2, arrange some things to cover. So keeping a good 6 seems worthwhile. 6-4 looks really bad. So the 6 has to go 9-3. And then I think you've got to play 8-4. So this is a really bad roll. Yeah, so you can't redouble him again. So he's missed the hit. That might well have been his best chance to win this match. So 4-1, we cover with the 1 and then we play 9-5. I don't think there's any choice. That leaves a 5-2, but it has to be done. Unless your opponent's going to roll it. So now white needs to roll another 5 to get his other back checker out. So that's that done. So when you've got your opponent closed out, it's worth having a look, seeing what your goal is, whether you want to try and win a gammon or whether you just want to find a way to come home safely. So at the moment, with just 2 checkers on the 8-point being the only ones outside his home board, basically white just wants to find a way to come home safely. So that seems as good as any. So 3-1, just move that checker all the way, then you get off the bad double 6. So he's rightly having a look at it. So double 6 is safe, double 5 is safe. 3-2 again, just come round. So with one checker closed out, it's about 5% gammon wins and 5% losses for the white side. So it's correct to play safe and make sure you don't get hit. So he's just playing safe. So Mitzi describes these as I think as a 0 position, that there's no numbers leave a shot at all. So I didn't like Alex's take, but certainly rolling the 5-2 proved me wrong. Yeah, so bring them both in. Don't need to do anything clever. It's not as though you're being measured on PR. So looking ahead, this is going to leave Alex leading 8-9 Crawford. So that's the score that's known as gammon save. So provided he doesn't get gammoned, he gets to play another game. But he should be terrified of getting gammoned. So usually in backgammon, we talk about the gammon price as to how many gammons equate to a single win. And the gammon price is normally a half. So it's like you've doubled your opponent and you're expecting to win 2 points. And if you get a gammon, then you get another 2 points. But if you end up losing the game, you move from winning 2 to losing 2. So you have to win 2 gammons for every loss to break even. Whereas at this score, as far as Sava's concerned, that the gammon price is 1. That if he wins a single game, it ties the score, puts him at 50%. Winning a gammon gains another 50% to 100, and losing a gammon pushes him down from 50 down to 0. So you can see there it's actually 50% either way, whether you win the gammon or lose the game. So given this high gammon price, the strategy for the both players is that Alex, as the leader, wants to do whatever he can to avoid getting gammoned. So with opening rolls, you want to split with almost anything you can. So I think the strange one is with 5-3, the computer likes 13-8 and 24-21. So instead of making an inner board point, you get your split done. And as far as the attacker is concerned, basically they work towards blitzing or priming. So their opening plays are bringing 2 checkers down off the midpoint or slotting a point in board with the ones. So it turns out that White's playing carefully reduces his winning chances, and Blue's playing aggressively to try and win gammons reduces his winning chances. So the two pretty much cancel out, but Blue does slightly better than you would expect because he has the opportunity to play big back games with lots of checkers sent back because getting gammoned costs him nothing. So this variant isn't available to White. He doesn't want to play any sort of back game where he gets gammoned. So I think the net result is at this score that Blue is actually small favourite in this position. I think he wins 50.5% games. So that's the technical bit, but we'll have to see how they manage to handle it. So they're back and looking at the score, they've got 9 minutes to 11 minutes, so ample time for 1 or 2 games if it goes to that. So as I was saying, what we'll be looking for is Blue will play aggressively and White will play defensively. So White wins the opening roll and splits. So 5-2 we hit, could split or build. 1-6 is a great roll, not because it hits, but because it makes the 18-point anchor. And that's going to cut down on the gammons a lot. So the opening part of the game has gone very much in White's favour, that it's come down to a mutual holding game where there's not going to be too many gammons. So if there's no gammons, then White gets to play 2 games before he loses. 6-4. Not a good roll, but I think you can just make the 2-point. So if the score was different, I think, in the past I've seen people play 18-8, but you definitely don't want to give up your anchor in this score. So 3-1, he makes the 5, and maybe 13-10. Yes, he's trying to tempt white off the 18-point. So Alex is resisting that temptation and hanging on to the 18-point for dear life. And 4-5 in and out, I think. So now he's had a third check, a hit. His plan is just to move that check around when he's got nothing else to do. So 4-5 we can hit, or we could just run the back checker. So there doesn't seem to be a good 5 after this. So if you're hitting, then it's 9-4 or 8-3. So as I said, he doesn't mind getting gammoned at all, but that's no reason why you should break your anchor and lose a lot of games. So it's either this slotting play, which gives him 4s, 3s and 5s the other way. This, I think, is a bad play. 4-5 comes in and out and hit. Now blue, I think, desperately needs the anchor back, so he's fanned. So now white might be able to win this without too much risk. So 5-4 is a really useless number. So we can hit on the 3-point, but then we have to expose some more blots with the 4. So that's what he's looking at the moment. As I say, that's 4 blots that way. 4-1 comes in without hitting. Now white's got to try and save his 4 blots. So that's certainly a good start. So I guess we cover the 3-point and point on the 4-point and then worry about the last one. So yes, you can hit the one outside, but it's going to be better to make another point in board when you're hitting. And having gone that far, 11-7 is the only sensible 4 left. So 5-4, he's anchored and hit. Now white's got 2 blots, but he's in and hits himself. So eventually white's 4-point board is going to prevail, as it has done right now. So 1-6, you hit again on the midpoint, and I was going to say hit and make the bar. So the bar point will be useful for if your opponent makes the 1. So now he can make the bar or hit, and he's going to finish the game off this way if he's not hit back. So 6-9, 11-12. 6 is good. Then start moving the back checkers somehow. And don't like that a lot, that the point 5 in front of the anchor will be hard to clear in the future. So there's 4 on the bar, so you can clear that point now. It's not a big difference, that you'll probably have ample time to clear it in the future. So 4-3, I would get rid of the point now. They play 10-7, 10-6. 12-6 is not too bad. So I think he's going to have to pay. Now you clear it. So 10-6, 10-7 again now. So you've got to watch out for the double five. And I think you are still giving it here, aren't you? So he comes in with two and carries on. Okay, so he didn't get the double five. So 6-5, we come round with the big number 6 and come in. It's good, yep. And now it looks as though it's all over bar the shouting. Yeah, so come in with a 4, take the 6 off, so we've only got 4 on the back point. It's 1. It's not good, so now 6-5 will leave a shot, but we're still on very thin ice for blue. There is the 6-5. The positive thing is he's got some checkers off, so he's saved the gammon. 5-3 misses. Now white has to avoid double one, and then it's all over. Right, so exciting match. So Alex Polden then is the winner and the UK Open champion for 2025. So I think there was a field of 94, so about 100 to 1 in terms of equal ability. So having seen his semi-final, he seemed to be playing, smiling a lot and enjoying the game, which is very good. So he's the winner of the main. That's, I think I said yesterday that Kent Goulding won the mega jackpot. And last time I looked, there was still some events to go. So the Art Gammon tournaments, where Art Gammon had 3 events where they gave one of their boards to the winner. I'm not quite sure what's happening now. Someone's setting up the board. So I imagine there's going to be another match sometime soon.
Then we are live. bronze pools. So we're splitting the silver 50-50.
Well, here we are getting ready for the intermediate finals. This is Kent Goulding with
Maren Rose. Hi, everyone.
Maren. Do you know these players?
I do. I've played against both of them quite a few times when I was playing in the intermediates tour. Chris is a really solid player. He kind of quite often seems to end up in the latter stages of intermediate tournaments. And Jay has been doing really well recently as well. So she's one of our kind of up and coming female players that we've got in the UK. This year, I know she came runner up at the London Open in the intermediates, and she also won the doubles at Cambridge. So
Wow. So, I mean, it's from my experience, at least back in the US, players that are perpetually winning intermediate tournaments, I'm happy that they stay there while I play in the Open, because they're probably ringers that have become better than I am.
Yeah.
So leave them winning the intermediates and leave us championship players alone.
Yeah.
Mind your own business, pick on somebody your own size.
No, it should be a really good match, I think. Okay, and let's have a little bit of a look at the chat. I hope everyone's enjoying watching. And who do we have commentating this morning? Thanks, Julian, for your insightful commentary duties. There's plenty of people watching it here in the bar as they all get knocked out of various events. So the main finals just finished, but there's a number of other events that are still ongoing. I think the doubles final is about to be played.
Yeah, I think they were looking around wondering where to play. So, and they were told, go in a corner and play. So not a lot of fanfare, but they're going at it as we speak.
Indeed. And then I think we've got mega jackpot is still ongoing. So we've got one semi-final being played with, I think, Pete Heskett and Ehsan Sahami, and the winner of that will play Gaz Owen in the final.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, that'll be a good match. I mean, potentially might end up on the stream depending on how long the semi-final has been going for quite some time. I'm not sure how much longer it'll go for.
So in the UK, when do you unceremoniously promote these intermediate ringers and force them into the championship, or is that just they can sort of do whatever they want?
Well, I mean, you can certainly do whatever you want in terms of, like, if you want to play up into the Masters, you can do that whenever you want.
Staying put when maybe you shouldn't is
correct. So you're forced to go up. It's every year there's basically a list that is compiled, and it's based on your monthly average UKBGF rating. Over like the last kind of 9 to 12 months.
There's an established system.
There's a system. Yeah.
Lobbying and accusing and hiring of lawyers or anything else.
Indeed. It's all very above board. Yeah. So there's a list where they compile, basically, if you're above a certain rating, you're forced to play up.
Right.
Yeah, but no, we've got a really strong intermediates tour, quite a lot of really consistent performers, I think. So okay.
Well, I'm ready. Let's
yeah, I'm ready. I think they're just
wandering,
waiting for the go ahead, I think. Who's in the doubles final? That is a good question. I know one side of it is Mike Island and his partner Noah Bernstein. I'm not sure who the other side of the finals is. If Julia is listening, maybe she can drop it in on the chat. And that's, yes, and the O'Connors, Steve and Tom O'Connor. Thanks, Gary. Okay, Jay's gone for a little wander. Hopefully she'll be back in a second. So I hope you've enjoyed your trip here.
Oh, I was about to say,
come here, you seem to win stuff. So
I get lucky.
Yeah.
No, I've had a great time. I like all the people here. Everybody's very kind and nice, and if they call me bad names, they usually accompany it with sir.
Sir.
It's like, boy, that was really a questionable play you made there, sir.
Yeah.
that
Respectful.
That makes me feel a little better. May I help you across the street? That's the next thing they say. No, this is a great tournament. I mean, I encourage anybody who's not here or is within reach, show up. Lots of good backgammon, well organized. You get to play a bunch. I sort of like the keep playing until you've lost twice format. I kept I kept hearing, experienced players saying, well, how many lives do you have? And I went, what are they talking about? No, it's how many losses do you have?
Yes.
I'm alive in the tournament. Well, that doesn't tell me anything. How many lives do you have? Well, I have
Right.
2 lives. Ooh, you haven't been defeated yet.
Mm.
So this is a whole part of the culture I kind of get a kick out of.
Yes.
So look, I had fun. I lost my first match and thought, oh, wow, this is terrible.
Mm.
And then I won 4 in a row or
What a
whatever.
fun.
Now all of a sudden it's
Yep.
back in the thick of it.
Yes. Indeed.
And just right in the thick of it, they showed.
And losing the first one's always the worst, and then it's like uphill climb. Here we go. But
Are we ready for them?
we are
yeah,
ready.
absolutely.
Yes,
We-
whenever they are.
We started long ago.
Yeah.
Right. Players wandering around wondering if it's okay to start, and the answer is yes. Yeah, hopefully, particularly intermediates, and sometimes, I mean, these days, what we used to say, playing under the lights. In the old days, in the US and in the UK, there were certain big tournaments actually had closed circuit TV. The technology to do what we're doing today was unthinkable, 30, 40 years ago. And, there were big frameworks with huge, heavy TV cameras hanging overhead and bright lights so that the cameras could see everything.
Right.
And playing under the lights was a challenge.
Intimidating.
An expert wasn't really considered a true master until he had experience playing under the lights.
Right.
And it can be, it can be the first time you've done it. And look, you're there you are for the whole world to see, and everybody can see your errors, and everybody can see you groaning, and everybody can see you've lost your hair, you haven't done your hair, or you're slouching in your chair. It's the trick is just to think about the backgammon.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the cameras.
I know there are a lot of masters levels players as well who don't necessarily like it, but I've actually always loved playing on the stream, even as an intermediate, because for me, I'm getting free lessons, right? If I'm on the stream and I'm having someone as esteemed as yourself commentating my match, I'm going to watch it back afterwards and learn so much from things that I've done right, things that I've done wrong. So I think it's a fantastic thing to be on the stream. I'm sure that I think certainly Chris has been on streamed matches before, so I don't think it's going to bother him. I think Jay will just kind of get in the zone and she'll be fine. Intermediates and advanced group together in this tournament. So we don't have 3 levels. We've only got 2 levels in the UK. We've got masters and intermediates. So we don't have kind of that middle that you guys have. Anyway,
we've lost it.
We've started. Let's
well underway.
concentrate. Okay, 4 hits, and I think you just come out with the 6 as well, right?
Yeah, it's just it's not bad to stay put. This is certainly the right play.
Yeah, for lack of other
choices. It actually wouldn't be silly to not play the 6. Of course, that's not legal. And now in and hit back. This position's on the edge. Clearly, you want to get in and hit back again like this.
Bang.
That third blue checker back makes things a little more difficult for blue, but also gives blue a chance to make some kind of anchor and then play a long game where she's got her 5-point made. This is key. If Chris gets stuck, Jay can put together threats very quickly.
And I can tell you this right now about Jay, sometimes we talk about like intermediate players play too quickly. They don't kind of stop and think about cubing and all those sorts of things. Jay, a lot of the time, uses almost all of her clock time. She is very methodical and she thinks a lot about her plays. So I don't think you're going to see kind of her rushing. If she misses cubes, it's not because she hasn't thought about it. It's because she's decided not to.
Well, good for her. That's what it should be.
It's really good.
This was totally turning the game around roll by Chris. Double ones got in, made a new point, center back, gained pretty much complete control of the outfield. Now it's 1 checker back against 4 checkers back, and Chris has a huge edge.
I think he wanted to step up here.
Maybe step up, maybe even spread them out, but I think this is a very strong double.
If I was Jay, I might have just come up to the 22 with that 2-1 and kind of try and get one of those 2 anchors at the edge of the pool.
Well, that makes sense, and that brings us to this. If she could, make an anchor or 2 back there, she could play for a while. But I think the threats of everything going bad were way too high.
Very strong.
And then the path to equalizing the game or winning the game was way too long.
Yeah.
So first blood to Chris.
Yep, 1-0.
Tell you what, it does feel good to flip the scorecard and get at least 1 point on there. It's
Certainly does.
something that says, okay, the engine's running, we're playing now,
Mm-hmm.
and away we go.
Okay, 4-3. Okay, she's bringing
There's a
it-
million ways to play this. It's funny these days, you're going to find a lot of players occasionally using that 3 to hit loose off the 22 point. We
Mhm.
never used to do that years ago, but there's a surprising number of situations where that tempo hit off the 3 point is the right play, or at least a plausible alternative.
Sure. 5-5 blitz.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
Absolutely.
Great roll.
Now, these positions, you want to come in either with both checkers or deep. So,
Yep.
that both checkers in.
Beautiful.
Right. Now actually have too many 5s to play.
Yeah.
Because what you want to do is counterattack on your 5 and 4 point. Well, this is an interesting strategy and maybe not a bad one. Give up on the positional advantages and just play an old-fashioned race.
I like this. I think the only other plausible 5s are playing behind. I think this is strong. 5-4. I think you just come out and make the 16.
Well, you count the race and see. If the race is close, you come out and make the 16. If you're well behind in the race, well, even if you're behind in the race, the opposing bars game, the 16 point against the 15 point is
14, 20.
2.6 away. That can, the game could develop to revolve around those 2 points, not the midpoint versus the bar point, but the two mid outfield points.
So it's blues 125 and I think white's 137.
Well, if that's the case, then I think she's right to pop out there.
So that's 16, 32, 92, 97, 105, 15, 17, 23, 26, 29, no, 131.
All right, so here we go.
Close. 5-4. Just bring it in.
Right, now we're basically waiting to see who rolls doubles, or if no one rolls doubles, somewhere down the line, who's forced to break off the contact when they don't want to. I think there's enough spare checkers to play with that probably we'll see a doubles before someone is forced off, but maybe not.
So make the 4, slot the 2. That looks good.
And both players want to be ready when the time comes to hit.
Yep.
If the time doesn't come, if no doubles or roll, and you start getting into a squeeze about the first person to break is going to be jeopardized, then you might start crunching checkers in your home board.
That was great for Chris making the 5. Okay, 6-5.
Well, I'd liberate both checkers from the midpoint.
Yeah.
So they don't get stuck with double 3s or so. With double 3s, you can play from the back. But
I mean, there's merit in maybe slotting the 2, but I would just bring 2 down. She really wants to make the 4 next, not the 2.
right, it's still we're having fun because no one has rolled their. Here's a doubles. Now the question is, what do we do with it? Chew up you can keep the tension just by keeping the back checker on the back point, which can't move anyway.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to make the 3 with 2 of those.
Yeah, so would I.
Okay, and again, I'd be tempted to slot the 4 with that.
Right, if you're bringing a checker in, you might as well slot the point.
Okay, 4-2. Just make the 2, I think, and bring one in. 7-5.
Right, I can't say for certain. I watch what XG does in some of these situations, and it often perplexes me that XG is breaking up his board to prepare for the bear off while there's still this heavy tension in the outfield, and I haven't yet sorted out why that is. Oh, now what's the race? If winning the race, you can disengage right now and get into it. 85, 91, 93, I think
blues 102. 30, 45, 52, 82, 93, and white's 97 before the roll.
So white,
So 89.
white's got a nice edge.
Yep.
Well,
So
then
white should just be
disengage.
running. Yep.
Yeah, disengage. And then presumably he's counting, taking his time counting,
I think so.
sorting that out.
Yep.
And when you're ahead in the race, race.
Yep.
You know, when you're behind in the race, don't race.
Absolutely. And I'm fairly sure, obviously, there's some intermediate players who don't kind of necessarily know all the concepts and the strategies behind that stuff, but I think both of these players do.
You also have to be able to actually count the race.
Yes.
I mean, this is a concept which almost didn't exist very early on in backgammon.
Mhm.
And then people maybe started paying too much attention to it. I got to know the race, no matter how complicated the position is. I got to know what the race is when
Yep.
you're playing some back game with 7 checkers back. Well, it's irrelevant then, in a way. Here, it's you have to be able to do it and just count up how many pips it requires to get all your checkers off. That's what you compare.
Right. So he's 13 pips ahead. Now he's only 4 ahead. I think Jay wants to stay back. Maybe just bring the 2 down from the midpoint. Oh, no,
Yeah,
make the 4.
make the point.
Yeah, I
This-
did. Your hand was in the way.
Yeah, it's very close races, a little bit of contact. Well, the leader in the race should certainly break the contact.
Yep.
That's not doing him any good. The contact is mostly irrelevant, really. You can't roll. How many double 2s and 1-2s can you roll in a row?
Okay, but it's close. So he's 2 ahead now after the roll.
So when do you think either side should double? How much ahead do they have to be?
Well, it's in kind of 10% normally, isn't it? So certainly not yet. What did I say is 3? 8, 11. I use Trice's formula, but then obviously when your races get shorter, then you're adjusting.
So there are little trios of numbers which have changed slightly over the last 40, 50 years. That 8, 9, 12 or 9, 10, 12 or whatever. You make an initial double when you're 9% ahead. You make a redouble when you're 10% ahead, and
Yeah.
you take up until you're 12% behind.
Yeah.
So and they're all packed very closely together. Now I've been babbling and not paying attention. It looks like. Yeah, it looks more or less like the way it was. Hey, okay, he's taking a moment to double check the count.
I don't think either of I think they've been rolling very similar numbers, so it's still going to be kind of a similar. Well, that puts him further ahead.
Right. So whatever the count was, she needs a big roll here to stay in the game. That's probably not big enough.
No. So I'd be cubing now as Chris. Yep, he's going for it.
I mean, breathe and count. And then once you're done counting, you're probably going to end up passing.
Yeah.
I mean, every so often you're surprised. Someone had a miscount and rolled a big double when they were actually behind before, and it's not as big as you think. And good for her for double checking everything and then making an informed decision.
So he's 44, she's 61. I mean, he's got the gap on the 5, but that's too much. Yeah.
All right, 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like being behind 2-0. I don't really start getting nervous until it's 3 or more.
Yeah.
So,
indeed.
And I never panic. I mean, I've won from way behind and lost from way ahead more times than I can count.
I've won from way behind this weekend.
Yeah, there you go.
That happens all the time. Way more than people.
This 6-3 is almost the only play you ever see anymore. Way back when players would often run with 6-3.
Okay, let's see if Jay knows this. I think she does. You hit twice with the 6-5 when there's a blot on the bar. It's bringing an extra checker into the zone, putting 2 up. Instant advantage. How'd it go?
Now, getting both in is a big deal.
Yep.
They're both in. It's a long-term strategical mixed blessing. You want to hit for the immediate tactics. You want to hit that ace, but if you can get both in and then make an anchor and survive, you're basically playing with 15 checkers against 14, which is a bigger advantage than it sounds like.
So she very quickly just made the bar then. I would have been tempted to make the ace and hit again, or maybe at least look
Yeah,
at it.
I did. Yes, you should. And
Yeah.
I didn't look at the make the ace and hit again plays were laughed at in the early days of modern backgammon, but the XGs and the computers have shown those anti-positional plays are sometimes tactically so strong that they're worth making.
Yep. So now she should just be point on the 3.
Could also pop them on the 5 point. Who's rolling?
It's
It's her.
blue.
Yeah. No. I think that's pretty clear cut just to make the 3 point.
Yep. And she does.
Uh,
6-4 is great. That anchors.
Well, now I don't think you should break the anchor. That
No.
seems silly. Playing to the 2 point is the simple sort of quiet, I don't want to leave any blots problem play. And playing the 7 point is want to wrestle. Let's just play a long
Yeah.
game. Forget the race. I don't mind if I get hit. Let's play.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded coming down to the 7 because Jay's got the blot and the ace.
Right. And just for the long-term prospects of the game.
Yep.
It's surprising how often it's right just to keep your checkers in play, even if you're leaving some extra shots.
Sure. 5-2. What are you doing with this?
Yeah, no, I think you definitely want to come forward.
Yeah.
Both players should be coming forward, and the trick, even the person with 3 checkers back, maybe shift to the 20 point instead of the 21.
Yep.
But take your 3rd checker and just throw it out there.
Double 3 is pretty nice. She's going to point on the 5 and then probably just bring a spare to the 7. Oh, yeah, she can't cover.
Can't cover the ace. So it's pretty much forced. And this is not the time to refrain from making your 5 and make your 10.
No.
There are times when you want to build that blocking point in the outfield, but this is not one of them.
No.
The default here is just make your 5 point.
Yeah.
This is not a overwhelming winning position, but it's clearly a strong position.
I mean, it's stronger than Chris's for sure. She's got a 3-point board, stronger than his. She's got a higher anchor. 1-3 is nice. That hits and just comes up. Ready to pop the spare.
Now we're back into the washing machine, the boring, recirculating, pop into the outfield, get hit, go around, pop into the outfield, get hit. Both players are doing that back and forth. No one has any threat to take a decided advantage and you can't even roll big doubles because you've got 3 checkers back, and it's just tricky. Keep your checkers in play, maybe make an outfield point if you can, and either wait for your opponent to make a move or wait for you to be forced to make a move yourself.
This is interesting. I think I'm coming out with the 4 and then down with the 5. I'm not sure if Chris will come out.
Yeah, that's I think that is exactly what I was talking about, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I don't.
Come out and let Jay hit you. If she's going to hit, she's got to break the midpoint, which leaves the back checkers completely stranded.
Yeah, a few rolls down the road, the action in the middle of the board, the 12 point, 13 point, 14 point. That's where this game may be decided. Who has to give up their midpoint first? If the person who controls the outfield can leave their anchor with impunity, whereas the other guy can't leave his anchor without risking being squashed.
Yeah. And you see, she chose not to hit there. She made the ace point instead, so just strengthening the board. Okay, she needs to come in. Odd numbers. 5-4 is good, just in and out.
Right. Don't mess anything up. Don't worry about how many shots it is. It's all. This is it. This is the washing machine.
Yep.
In they go, and around and around and around. And we just sit there, look at the board, and watch it spin. At this point, the board should be round and not rectangular.
Right, 4-1. Hit and continue.
Well, yeah, you can also hit and slither the back one up and try to aim at making the 9 point.
Sure.
I mean, if you run out of time in the never-ending spin cycle, having the 9 or the 10 point can be a big deal. Better than having the midpoint often.
I hope she's not looking at 3-1 here. She just needs to come out with the 2.
Well, good.
Yeah.
This
nice.
is expert play. This is not intermediate play.
This is really strong so far.
This is good play.
Yeah. Okay, double 1. Well, you make the bar.
Yeah, I might as well.
Yeah.
And for lack of anything better to do, push that forward. This is an acceptable roll, but doesn't really force anything.
Yeah.
Now back in and around we go. Now we have no good ace or no good three.
Well, I guess you come in high and play 3 to 2.
Now we're coming high and play 7 to 6.
Yeah.
Keep the board. I think I'd rather play 7 to 6.
Yeah.
This is just inviting an attack where there's consequences
If
well,
she
I'd hit
hits,
it. Yeah, I'd hit it with a 4 and bring the 6 around.
Yeah.
You don't really mind if you're hit back. It's sort of the same washing machine, but if you can pick up a couple of extra checkers, that changes the complexion of the game completely.
Sure.
Also, that's Jay at the bottom, right? Jay's threats of if you get hit being stuck in the air have gone the other way. The home board reception committee is broken up.
Okay, so 6. And this is one of those things I think it takes a while when you first start kind of learning it is, okay, so he's thinking, oh, should I play safe or should I play risky? But it's not, as you said, it's not risky now because she's left 2 blocks.
No,
it's about
this is
learning to be aggressive when
clearly,
you can exploit
right. This
the other
is
side.
clearly the right play, and you
Yeah.
don't mind the washing machine, particularly since you can pick up more laundry on the way around.
Yeah, and look at this. She's this terrible roll, 6-1. I think you've just got to play.
Well, I
13
think
to
13
7.
to 7. You can't give up the anchor, and you
Can't bury.
don't want to bury any more checkers. I think this all started with 3 to 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Which was safe, and it's understandable. But well, watch, we've got the idea. It's developing in a weird way because of these extra blots.
So 5-2 points.
Well, maybe there's another blot on the midpoint.
Yeah.
So now there's a chance for Chris potentially to pop off the blot on the midpoint and then get to the position I was talking about. He's got complete control of both outfields. And then you can maneuver your checkers and try to disengage the back checkers, and you're in control while your opponent is stuck praying for doubles.
So Jay's thinking here about whether to step up or whether to come down to the 11.
No, I think step up.
Yeah.
Still follow the plan we were talking about. Oh, there's an unfortunate ace.
Yep. Just into the 6.
Not. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff to think about here, including giving up the 21 point. With those two blots.
Right.
See,
I don't like that.
Yeah, again, we're looking at what's going to be happening in the outfield when the the tension is broken.
This is interesting. So in with 1,
out with 2,
and
then
cover
up the point.
Yeah. Nice roll. That's instantly going to put more pressure back on Chris.
I don't know what I'm not sure what plan B here is.
I think she's just thinking of running all the way with 1 is the only other viable play, but making the 15 is just such a strong kind of threatening.
It's control of that bit left center of the board. That's what. Yeah, that's where this is often decided.
Yeah, she's got it.
And it kind of went from being controlled by Chris to being controlled by Jay.
Yep.
I mean, there's still tension out there, but it's.
And look at this now. This is so awkward. 3-1. Oh.
Well, anchor with the 1 and then play either legal 3, either 7 to 4 or bury 1.
Yeah.
And what's plan B? You can step. You can step all the way forward and duplicate 3s, keeping tension all over the place. But I think this one, probably this and this. Now we're at the getting to get to the boiling point. Someone's gonna have to give up something they don't want.
Yeah. They
don't want to give up.
6-2.
It doesn't seem right to it's not ridiculous. You look at all the options, and it is coming off the 20 point out to the midpoint, a silly option. Breaking the 15 and coming to the 7 again is ceding control of the outfield mostly to your opponent. This tension is very, very tricky. This is advanced master level stuff, because it's not a ridiculous choice to give up the 20 point. I'm not saying it's right, but I give it strong, serious consideration.
Yeah, I mean, either way, if Chris hits, you're probably going to get returns. So 2-1 is going to hit, and I'd keep it going
Yeah,
so
there's
that
no-
maybe you can
no-
make the 3. If
And
you
no
want
reason to expose two blots to
Yeah.
combination shots.
Okay.
And, now there's a little poker can be played here because it can look like your position can look worse than it really is
Yeah.
in some cases. Now, I think here,
So you can pop both out, or you can make the 3. That's 2 really strong choices here.
well, if you make the 3 and your opponent stays out,
That's great.
now you run I don't know if it's a bluff or a pseudo bluff, but you double. Well, it may not even be right, but even if it's not right, your opponent might pass. Whoa.
Look at that. This is the thing, though. If she rolls a 5, which she has, and now,
But you can
well,
keep
double
all,
she would
keep
have
all-
hit. So
keep all the tension and run the checker all the way around, or just bring all 3 into the outfield and try to scramble home from there.
I like just running one all the way around.
But if you don't, well, I was going to go this way because you run
Yeah.
one all the way around, then your opponent. Well, it's the same tension.
I think so.
Who's in control?
This is probably covering better for when he comes off the back. Yeah, I'm.
And you got more flexibility of what to do next turn if
Yeah.
you do this.
Okay, 5-3 just plays in with 1. Just keep that one going, I think. Okay. He's trying to preserve a little
How's
bit of time.
Well, this number pretty much plays itself,
Yep.
whether you like it or not. I mean, you can play 3 around and then cover, or you can play 3 around and then 11 to 7. I'm not sure there's any reason.
She's also thinking I can see she's thinking about just keeping the 15 point and playing 1 around and double cover.
Yeah, that looks well. She's counting the race. Good for her.
Yeah. Okay, so that'll be there. So that'll be 28, 48, 50, 60, 72, 7, 81 for blue.
Ahead by a little.
42, 51, 71, 81, 83, and 86 for white. So it's really close.
Was it 81?
81, 86, I think.
Ahead by a little.
After the roll. Yeah, spot on.
Those big chunks of the positions are mirror images.
Yeah.
So you can do
Yes.
quick comparisons and get, even if you don't get it exactly because you're getting old, you can get it pretty close.
Yeah.
It's also a practical matter. It's much easier to get home if you bring all 3 around. You're
And
not,
the thing is, leaving that, the 15 point made, it's not blocking any of the big doubles. It's not blocking double 6, double 5, anything like that.
and particularly if you're ahead in the race, it's just hard to get home from there. You may be forced to come into range with a 5-1 or something.
Yep.
Yeah, I think well, I don't know about 2 out. I mean, this is a close race.
I don't mind it with the blotting board.
Yeah, but it's
Drop
just,
you missed.
yeah, but it can be there are some bad numbers going the other way. And it's a fielder's choice, by the way, in terms of hitting. She doesn't have to hit if hitting leaves multiple blots and direct shots,
Yep.
but a whole lot of rolls like this one, leave you with 4 numbers to stay alive.
Yep.
I mean, it's a bold idea by Chris to pop both out, but I'd actually gone with 1.
Yeah, I think I would have as well, but certainly
Now,
really interesting
Good
play.
to stop and think because she's won the game,
Yep.
and the only question now is can she take a free roll for a gammon, and that doesn't close the point nor hit the blot.
No.
So staying back and waiting to hit the blot, I don't think makes sense.
No,
should be
yeah, I
considered,
agree.
but the gammon isn't big enough, and there is some danger.
Yep.
So then, okay, she's doing exactly the right thing. I mean, I applaud her for thinking the right thoughts because
Yep.
many players would not. She realizes she has the game won. And now what she's considering is, how much risk am I taking of losing in order to, there's a very clear and present danger of winning a gammon. If she can pick up that second blot,
Yep.
the third blot in the outfield kills like a half a roll when it comes to the scramble to save the gammon. I don't think this is clear at all. And I really applaud her for thinking about this. If she makes the aggressive play, then I personally insist she stay in the intermediate if I'm in the open.
Yeah.
I don't want to play her. I don't
you know
want to
what?
play players like that.
I'm risking the 4-1. I think I'm just playing 7-3 here and trying to get that. I think it's, it's
Yeah.
worth it for the
There
extra
are-
gammons.
There are gammons here.
I don't.
Yeah, this is exposing yourself to more hit
That's
shots.
just more hitters. That's 6-5, 6-1.
Also a little less containment if your opponent comes in with a 4. Well,
Okay.
great idea, right thoughts. I think she finished it off a little bit wrong.
Yeah.
But now she said, presumably roll an ace and see if she can scramble a gammon.
There it is.
There you go. There it is.
I'm so impressed. They're both playing really well.
By the way, not 100% clear that's the right 6, but probably it is.
Yeah.
By staying back, she'd have 2 checkers aiming at her 6 point. And in case one came in, she'd have 2 checkers with which to pop it back out again.
Alex
Look at
is
this.
disappointed you didn't say nifty shifty just now.
It was not the niftiest of shifties.
No. It was a slightly less nifty shifty.
Yes.
It's probably why you missed it.
Yes, but thank you very much. No, the nifty shifty is often overlooked. Sometimes, you break a good point to make a weaker point, but it's right,
He's still dancing. Okay. 3-2's great.
Oh, yes.
Another 2.
Oink, oink, oink. Yeah. This is a serious, one got in somewhere along. This is probably has saved it,
Probably
but
saves it,
a couple of, one big doubles and a couple of 2-1s. That's the wrong person rolling the 2-1.
Yep.
We have no favorites. We just want to make it exciting one way or the other.
Yep.
And right now the excitement is the improbable gammon.
2 crossovers. That's a good roll for Chris.
Happy rolling 8.
6-4. Okay, so she's got 8 checkers left.
And it's time to roll big doubles.
Yeah.
For both sides.
Another 2 crossovers. Good
Right,
roll.
but small. Now one big doubles, you got a good shot at it. Whoa, there it is.
Look out.
Okay, now Chris, get home quickly. Oh no, he's not home even if she doesn't.
Yep.
Now he's hoping she rolls an ace.
3-2.
This is
great.
it.
It's only 2-1 that
she's
misses
a
for her now.
Big favorite to win a gammon.
Oh, and he saves it.
He barely saves it.
Well done, Chris.
Well,
he furrowed his brow like, phew.
well played, Jay. I mean, there was a master class there.
Really impressive.
I'm a little suspect of the nifty shifty, although we do get to say nifty shifty. Little suspect of the nifty shifty, but very pleased that she recognized what was happening.
Yep.
And carried it forward with perfection to what very nearly was a pop-up gammon.
Yep. And particularly when he came in with those 6s, so we were like,
Right.
oh, well, there's the gammons. Like it looked like it wasn't there. And she almost magicked it out of nowhere. Okay. 3-2. So is this just double slotting?
Yeah, very good. Very good. That's
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Build the board as quick as possible.
And sometimes your opponents roll double 6s early, unless you're reasonably close in the race. It's not even always right to anchor up on the 20 point.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's right to keep them spread out because you're basically defending. And
Yeah.
you can't anchor and then win a race when you're 15 pips behind or
Yeah.
something.
Well, it's 1-6 is the hitter, I guess. It's
Yeah, you forget the blots. You got to fight for the 18 point. Staying back in the 24 point just simply isn't an option.
No, slotting the 2 is just too weak. Okay, 4-2 comes in and 13-11.
Yeah, no good second choice.
Yep.
I mean, the best second choice is just to slot the 4, but I think this is it's the same 4.
Clearly superior.
Yeah.
Double
Whoa,
four.
speaking of the same 4,
Bang.
okay, we've duplicated.
Oh,
worst number in the world double fours to play because there's so many good choices and you might be making a hidden whopper and end up on the screen next tournament.
yeah, like I did. Thank you so much for that, Ken.
That was a great position.
Yeah, it was. I'm doing what she's looking at there. I'm just gonna put 2 up, make a 2-point board. I know you got blots around, but I think
No, I think
looks
this
strong.
is big, and you want to kick the anchor out from underneath your opponent.
Yeah.
Well done.
Okay.
He'll take that,
Yep.
and she should hit it again if she can.
Indeed. 1s and 3s.
Whoa, multiple
Three.
threes.
Okay. She's wishing she had one more 3 here.
She actually has an interesting choice with the rest of her roll. I mean, I think it's clear cut to knock him out of there.
Yep.
And then the question is, how many builders do you bring? Do you make your 3-point?
Yep.
Um,
I think I would like to play 14 to 11 and make the anchor.
the third
But
point,
I'm not
third
sure.
point's tactically huge.
Yeah, it's really tough choice.
He really wants a 5.
Oh,
Okay, now
okay. Is this a cube?
yes, that's exactly the question. There's no question in my mind. She'll be thinking about it.
Yep. So she's got 2 up, which is, often can be
Well, let me
good,
ask-
but she's only got 7 in the zone.
Let me ask a question. If you were being doubled, how eagerly would you take it?
Not eagerly at all.
I mean, I think it is a pretty easy take.
Mm,
And the more clear the take is, the less you want to make what is clearly a frisky double. So I think this is not a double. If you have some reason to believe you can bully your opponent out, maybe. But
she's making a point.
well, I like this.
Yeah.
Her position kind of gets suspect if she loses her 5-point.
Yep.
And then having stepping stones to play out the rest of the
She's going to hit again. Come
oh,
on,
for sure
Jade.
she should. This is a big deal. She goes from having a big advantage threatening to make her 5-point to really, if your opponent has both 5 points and you've got 4 checkers back,
Yep.
you're playing into a losing game.
Yeah,
so I think
absolutely.
she's got
At the point.
she's got
Well
to bet a lot
Yep.
to try to win this fight for the key point.
Yep. She knows it.
Never more important.
Okay, 6-4.
This would be a
deuces.
pure semi-bluff double. And it's probably right not to double. And I think
3-1.
anchor in the outfield
Yeah.
and anchor in the backfield.
Yeah.
Just a slight adjustment waiting for next turn. Don't pick it up and don't nifty shifty. We have to say nifty shifty every 3 rolls.
Oh, every 3 rolls.
That's
That's intense.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay.
What did she play something while I was
I
laughing?
think she
Oh,
started putting it down, put it back. I mean,
Please don't.
No.
No, this is just you lose. You can't win this way.
You got to make
is
5.
hopefully she'll back it up. This is a play not to lose,
Yeah.
and you got to play to win.
Yep. And it's like, come on, she's got a stronger board. She's got a 3-point board.
No, I don't like this. It's she's halfway there if she leaves it slotted.
Yep.
I mean, she would be 1 roll away from
She would have made it.
either a legitimate double or a semi-bluff double.
So now I think I'm just bringing 2 down and just going full bore at trying to make that point.
So this is. I mean, two down seems so much more powerful.
Yeah, it has to be 2 down.
There are 2 on the roof. And again, there's a very legitimate chance of making the 5-point that some would say she already would have made.
Yeah. So 2 down is just the only roll that's bad for you is double 1s, and you've got an extra builder to make the 5. I just think that it's much stronger than this.
You got 4 back checkers. If you had 1 back checker, maybe you could run home and get the best of both worlds. But
Yeah.
he's going to get his checkers in before you
Okay.
can bring 4 checkers around.
Right.
So getting the 5 points key. She can, by
Yep.
the way, attack on the 2-pointer with the right numbers.
Yep. So I'm just gonna
Well, this might
smack
be attack on the 2-point with the right numbers.
Yep.
And then maybe step up to the 21. You really want to be focusing on offense,
Yep.
but there's not really a good 3 to play. You can only just play 13 to 10, and you've already got your 10-point.
Yeah, I agree.
So-
Step up from the back, hit on the 2.
Yeah, and looking for long term.
Yep.
I mean, you're not likely to, at this point, she's not likely to win this as a blitz,
Mm-hmm.
but she might. Okay, this is good, and I think
Mhm.
she should hit. If nothing else, it buys time. And honestly, that checker, she's stuck on her 4-point. I'd almost
That's what it's there for.
I'd rather, yeah, I'd,
The spare.
I'd
Use
rather
it.
have it built
Yeah.
into 2 or sent back into the washing machine.
Yep. Okay.
Everybody in.
Yep.
Okay,
But
well,
that's fine.
if
I
she
mean,
can attack, certainly if she can attack with a 1, she should.
yep.
And
Like
she should.
that?
Yeah. This,
Come in high, hit on the 5.
yeah. I mean, there's no the future plan of giving up on making your 5 point is sort of giving up on your best. Coming in with a 1 and safetying is
The wrong
is
idea.
an intermediate play.
Yeah.
And she's not an intermediate player, even though this is the finals of the intermediate. I've already seen her demonstrate. She's thinking too many, high and mighty scarecrow thoughts from the Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
Ugh.
Okay. Oh, well, that's all right. I was hoping that Chris doesn't roll a 3 and she doesn't. I mean, she's hoping, not me. I'm impartial.
Well,
4-2 just
get
runs
off
past.
get
I
off of
think.
there.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
if she wants to get that spare out of there, it doesn't move.
5-4 is ugly.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a silly consideration. And that's to take the checker off the 22 point and run as far as you can with it.
That's not silly at all.
Just get your, you've reached, if you watch the lecture, a push me pull you position
Mm-hmm.
where half your checkers are going one way and half the checkers are going the other.
Yep.
You know those things.
Certainly do.
Don't
Yeah.
do that. So this is.
I've learned my lesson, Kit. I've learned my lesson.
This is again, this is an expert play. You're running into multiple blots. Why would you do that? Are you crazy? No, you've got to try to keep all your checkers in play and keep it on the spin cycle.
I mean, she knew that sending 1 to the ace was the wrong play. She didn't even look at it. She knew that was wrong. So this is the only viable alternative. Okay, 5-1.
Well,
One is
forced to come in,
forced.
and then you're basically. I wouldn't give up the 21. It's too much danger, and you want your 5 point.
Good,
Stick it there.
good.
Maybe something good will happen.
Yep. 3-4.
And don't. I mean, you could make non-committal. You can make a blocking play. You can make the 9 point. I mean, there are choices here. Make the 9 point positionally and try to build your own prime, and just thumb your nose at the.
So she rolls a
ineffective.
3 here. It's going to get real interesting.
Oh, look at this.
Okay. 1.
Well, 2, 3,
Hit.
and hit.
Yep.
Hit
absolutely.
and step up to the 22 point. Keep all options open.
A triple back game. How exciting.
Well, it's a back front game.
Yeah.
And in all likelihood, she's not going to play a back game. She can't. The timing is wretched. But it might develop. No, nifty shifty. It was time.
Oh, that was not.
But I think this is the wrong.
Yeah.
The long term. You can't contain your opponent this way. The long term plan would be to make the second anchor on the 22.
Yep.
And then spring the spares off the 24, maybe make the 18.
Oh, whichever. You don't need to hold all 3 of them. I'll give you flexibility.
We're in full push me, pull you, and that animal is extinct.
Yeah.
And there's another good saying I have. If you find yourself early in the game with 3 checkers on the 24 point, don't.
Yeah, just don't.
Yeah. And she had a chance to get off the 24 point.
Yeah.
This is a
nice roll.
This is going badly for Jay. Chris is sort of taking control of the game, and the question now is, even though there may not be any direct threat, that positionally his position so strong that he can double, and she might not be able to take. I'm not even 100% sure it's right to make the 3 point. Just build the out.
Just bring one around, but I mean it's. Yeah.
I mean, look at this mess.
That's forced. You've got to play it in.
Look. Yes, that's the only legal play.
Yep.
But yes, there's no real immediate threat. But how in the world is Jay going to win this game? I mean, I would. Okay, you make the 8 point and play a 2 somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So the 3s are so nicely duplicated. I might play
Just
the
leave it there.
Yeah, leave it there. I mean, Chris getting hit doesn't hurt him at all.
No.
There's no.
Yeah, that gap on the 6 now is really going to hurt Jay unless she gets a chance to remake it.
Great Kit Woolsey a million years ago, very solid American player, good friend of mine. A million years ago, came up with the brilliant expression, "A fool and his 6 point are soon parted."
Indeed. So you slot it now. Okay. Yeah.
And right now, she's trying to make the 18 point.
Yeah.
And right now, he should be doubling.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a take.
I think if I get doubled in this position, I say thank you for putting me out of my misery. No, thank you. No, thank you, kind sir.
Yeah, I don't see it as, I mean, a gammon could develop, but I don't see it as a, a looming big gammon threat.
No.
Uh,
And he can roll badly from here as well, so that's why
Yeah.
he's cashing it in, which he's done. Good play, guys.
that was exciting. I think a little
Mhm.
more time, what was it, ace five or something?
Yeah.
There may have been, she's been deliberate, and that's a good thing.
Yep.
And the ace five, she may have been hasty when it mattered.
Hesitation around, and she was slotting the 5 on some instances.
Yeah, I mean, I'm even talking
She-
about the later ace
Oh,
five.
yeah.
She left 3 on the 24.
Yeah. Double ace. That
Or
was.
whatever. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, there was that one too, but there was a
another
roll or
one.
two later. I think they were
Mm.
chatting, and she.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 3-1. Annoying to be behind here, but I figure if I double my opponent and win a gammon, then I'm ahead 5-3, and that'll show him.
Mm-hmm. All right, 3-1. I would have.
Yeah, maybe a little overkill for going for the front, but there's well, here you want it. You in the face of the incoming tide, you want
Anchor up.
a solid sandcastle.
Anchor
Yeah, you
up.
don't want to get washed away.
Yep.
That's the techu in
Okay.
Japanese go, the steel post,
Ah,
which can't be hurt.
okay.
The 3-point is, it's, if anybody speaks Japanese, call it the techu.
Bring another one in the zone, split at the back.
Exactly.
Yep, easy peasy. You'll notice as well that she's already down to 5 minutes. So she's, as I said, she's been thinking hard, but.
I'm now free.
Oh, and we've got the illustrious Chris Bray stepping in. In that case, I bid you all adieu, and I'm going to go and watch this in the bar.
Thank you very much.
I think I'll go to the bar.
Yeah. We can't
Thank
all go to the
you.
bar. Thank you very much.
The oldest commentating team in England is now available. Oh,
Well, we're watching some generally master level play played in the intermediate. There have been some
yeah.
very perceptive plays made mixed in with some intermediate plays.
Okay.
But Chris has got a modest 3-1 lead, and Jay has a modestly strong position right here and now.
Yeah.
And I don't
Did we need to do that?
know.
I think we needed to keep the pressure on the checker on the 2.
Yeah. That looked a little funny. And now what? Hit and make the 4.
I think hit. Well, yeah, you're going to hit. Then it's just a question of whether you make the 2 or the 4. The 2 is difficult
Yeah,
to bring home.
I think particularly in the face of the very strong position your opponent has, that
Yeah.
trying to build a comparable position is a good idea. I think, and he got away with it at least for one roll. Now, do you?
Where are we? 6-3.
Blue has a 6 to play.
It's just a 6.
She came in with a 3 off the bar.
Okay.
So all kinds of choices.
Yeah.
And this, I like this one. By the way, the aces there are all being played on the other side of the board. So this is not duplication for duplication's sake.
Now you can hit and cover. You need to get out of there, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. But this Swiss cheese attack is, particularly if it's got a solid black dot in the middle of it, Swiss cheese has gone rotten.
So he's 3-1. 3-1. Well, it's a shame we can't make the 5 point.
Yeah, really.
So we're going to make the bar and pop out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Still, enter and hit something, and the game turns right back in Jay's direction. There's an enter. Now it's hitting is reasonable, but slithering into the 20 point is also reasonable. It's fairly safe there, and you want to be there.
I like this.
Yeah, me too. This is a sort of looks like a more balanced position.
And you've got the butterfly anchor for the rest of your life, so you're okay. Oh, of course, she would have found, but there you go. Oh, he would have found, sorry.
Right.
Out and out.
Yeah, out and out. This kind of plays itself.
So 11s and 4s and 13s.
Yeah. I've been hit by 13s before. We're not going to talk about that.
I think I want to stay back and not make the 5.
Right. It's staying back feels like you actually have the three, both the 3
Yeah.
and the 5 points, whereas stepping forward doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a phantom 3-5 black game.
Right.
Okay.
Which is not bad here. If Chris had more builders aiming, then you got to consider what a better game plan. So here's where holding that
That was definitely a good decision.
that steel post anchor. You missed the Japanese term term techu, which is the steel post.
Yeah.
And the 3-point right here is playing the role of techu. It's a steel post. Just
Yeah. So this is 13 to 8, 6 to 1, or 13 to 8 twice. Given the strength of Blue's board.
There's 2 left.
Yeah. So do you?
Well, this is the pure play, but
where's the
it's fraught
cube?
with peril.
Where's the cube?
Yeah, where's the cube? Cube's in the center.
So we'll obey Mishy's rules of once you've got to the completed stage, you don't leave random shots. This is going to be a slot of the 4 point.
Right. I'm not sure what I think that
This
checker was a valuable defender.
Yeah, I don't do this because I want to build my board, and
I mean, if you had 30 more pips in the front game where you had a chance to roll doubles and win the race, I think this is a pseudo bluff.
Yeah, this is an easy take.
I think it's a pseudo. I mean, I wouldn't.
An empty 5 point. You're leading 3-1. The recubes, and so Jay's on 1 point. So a recubed gammon wins of the match. So this is not a great.
No, I don't like. There's also the old saying that a regular sort of pure 3-point game is almost always almost a take.
Yes,
which means it's not quite a take. However, that was a semi bluff. That was a semi bluff. That's a little number in the corner of your XG says it's a horrible blunder unless there's an 18% chance your opponent's going to pass, in which case it's a brilliant play.
Yeah.
I mean, in poker, those are semi bluffs. You don't really have your hand, but if your opponent folds, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And that's what that was either very perceptive or very lucky by Chris to send that over.
If he's read, I like that. Hit by 4, you're going to hit. We know this opening roll.
Yeah, this is
played it 1,000 times
at least,
and the rest. What? No, we're not going to run. We're going to hit. We are going to hit. Well done, Jay. Right.
All right. I'll go back to my old saying from 50 years ago. In the opening, the player with the most blots wins.
Yeah.
And activate your checkers.
That was boxcars. You can make the 3 point, which I guess is just reasonable.
Yeah, it's sort of annoying.
No
to
need
make
for
the 4.
Yeah, I know.
Let's give your opponent a better chance to get back in it. Well, and there it is.
1, 2, 3, and think about the 4th one.
And I see 2 that are both reasonable, but I know which I personally would come down. But
this allows Blue's got a sort of blitzing structure, and now you hit outside, obviously.
As soon as you see it, don't hit inside and then look for the 6, because you won't be able to find the outside hit.
3-2. Well, that's okay. He's got a long-term anchor. So settle down.
I love this. Yeah, I love this 21 point when your opponent's still got 5 checkers stacked on his 6.
Yeah.
I mean, you're sort of playing with 15 checkers against 13 or whatever here.
This one's easy. Make the 11 point.
Yeah, that's a surprisingly underrated point. It just sort of pops up as being a convenient point to have all the time.
Yeah, Kent gave a seminar yesterday and said that Mr. Roberti loves the 11 point and Mr. Roberti can play backgammon, so we have to go with that, right?
Yeah, there you go.
2-1, 2, and I think you've come up with the one.
Yeah.
You want to freeze the checkers on the 8 point so they can't do anything nasty. No.
This is sort of a pass.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, it is with 5 checkers stacked on the 6. It's not as bad as it might otherwise be. But I think you're right.
Yeah, and now he's going to make the bar. No, he's not going to make the bar. Okay.
Well, any of several plays are worthy of consideration. I don't think he looked at making the bar. No. That's the biggest error. Even if making the bar was wrong, failing to look at it was a problem, and it may well have been right here. By the way, making
cardinal sin and backgammon is not even considering the best move.
Right.
Oh, and now Hold on.
Well, no, she's got a
She's got an
playable
advantage.
long-term advantage
She's
here.
4-1 down. There's lots of
No,
gammons.
yeah, I
Nice
love
cube.
it.
That's
I
good
love
cube.
it. I mean, even if XG says it's wrong, it's right.
Right, precisely.
You know, this-
Because this may be the reverse semi bluff. No, he's taken. Right?
Okay, good. Well, that may be the correct action, but I think it was definitely right to double it there.
Yeah, make the bar.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah.
keep the blockade. You should have made it 2-point, but I think you keep the outfield blockade more.
4-5.
And
Now, do you come in front of 2 strip points so that your opponent has to give something up?
maybe,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe.
I mean, this is the
This-
safe play, but
Right. Also coming out guards the outfield in case
Yeah.
your opponent runs with a 6-3 or 6-4 or something. I think I like your play.
so now you're going to play 3-2 with the 1. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
why-
again, stepping up to the 20-point
Yeah.
may not be a bad play. It's certainly worth that. The theme here is to get that back checker forward.
Yeah.
You got all the points you want to. Everything in front's just the way you want it.
Yeah.
Now you want to get that
rear
last
check around.
get that last guy out of there, and you're winning the game.
Yeah.
By the way, stepping up to the 20-point isn't just getting out. It covers this play.
Yeah.
It's exerting control over a key part of the board.
Well, this is good. You make the 9-point and then think about the other 2. And then you make the 11-point. Or you play 13 to 9. But
Or you just pick up your dice and don't play the other two.
yeah, no, that's a good. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
I don't think I don't think you leave the loose blot. That
What-
little extra bit of flexibility, I'm not sure is worth it.
It's 4-5 and 6-3 for nothing. Right? 6-3 is duplicated in fairness because it makes a 5-point. He needs a 4 or a
And
6.
something.
What's that? 4-3.
Well, that's a 4-3. It's also the bar
Makes the
point.
bar.
I think you want the bar point.
Yeah, I think you do.
Now there's some implosion numbers.
Yeah, now Jay may regret not coming up with a 4. Who knows whether it was right or wrong. Kent and I not having an XG feed or having to do this from a skill set, which is worrying.
Well, look at this. It's another one of these things where you want to play the 4 and then not play your ace.
You're going to come up with 4, and now you're going to play 2-1 or 3-2 or something.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, 2-1 somehow
2-1.
looks prettier.
Yeah, this way you can remake the
If you
3.
play 2-1, you play 2-1 and it gets hit, you still got a prime in front.
Precisely. Yeah.
Because you may be hitting and re-hitting right here and now.
Oh, 3-2. Good
Well, that's
number.
a hit and hit again.
Yeah.
Hit it twice. That was a good time to get in.
Yeah, the problem is that some of the coming in numbers are a bit weird. Not that one.
Well, where's
The two
Where-
4s of the world.
I guess given the match score, thinking about the cube too often is too long is not a bad idea.
Right.
Not a good
We can now
idea.
forget the cube for a moment
Yeah.
or two.
Well, now we're either not too good or either we're too good or not good enough.
Yeah.
You know?
1-6 from the no. Right. So are you too good or not good enough?
Both.
Yep.
Now you're too good.
No, you're too good.
It's-
1, 2, 3. Well, and you play 15 to 9 because you can't hide the block anyway.
Right, build your prime, and you can even conceivably end up going fishing here.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
3 checkers down on the 2
Oh
point.
no, sorry, I thought it was 1-6 for a moment. I was getting excited.
Still too good.
Still too good. 10 to 3. 9 to 4 to the 5. You're not going to play 7 to 2, so yeah, it's fine.
Well, the risk of losing here for Chris is very.
No,
Well, this is a terrible
No,
play.
not
That's an
that.
intermediate
That's
play.
an-
That's not an intermediate. That's a beginner's play.
yeah,
Don't make that play.
yeah.
If you're listening to this broadcast, don't make that play. Whatever division you're in, don't do it.
He's got a free play on here. 1s and 2s make the bar.
At 8.
7s and 8s, yeah.
And honestly, if he can't do that and hits, rolls well, that's an 8. If he rolls some sort of 4-3, may
Yeah.
well pop her off the ace point.
I'd be very glad to pass as blue here.
Yeah, I think this is one of those ones where you say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I doubled in my final last night, with a double 5 splits thing, and he came in on my 2 point,
Mm-hmm.
and he kind of said thank you when I doubled him. But there was maybe it was too good,
Yeah.
but there was a little more to that than met the eye, and it wasn't 100% clear. He didn't take it.
Now,
So
is this some sort of double bluff? No, right.
no, it's
No.
I think he got ahead of himself. I think
6-1.
he had a pretty much free
Okay.
run at getting up to 8.
So to continue the theme of the education from this weekend, 2 points gets Chris to Crawford with his opponent on an odd number. That's a good thing. So he would love to win 2 points and not 1. Obviously, you have to see how it goes, but you can keep that in the back of your mind. 6-3, standard stuff. Yeah.
And she's partially protected from being too rash and making loose doubles. If things are gammonish, she
Yeah.
gains a ton from winning a gammon,
Yeah.
and isn't really giving up that much if she gets gammoned.
Quite.
I mean, if she gets gammoned without turning the cube, she's at Crawford 8 to go.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a good place to be. So if the position gets two-edged gammonish early on, she can make some pretty silly looking doubles.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if Chris wins a gammon with the cube on 2, he gets overage. He gets 1 more point than he needs. It's a good guy. What do we got here? 6-3. You can make
all kinds of
Are we
stuff.
doing this?
Yeah, you can.
You can also make the 15 point because you're ahead in the.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Well spotted.
Yeah.
That's a usual. Yeah, well spotted. It's kind of an unusual combination. You look at everything else, but I think that was the right play.
Yeah.
And this was.
This gives your opponent this.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And here maybe a little peach, a little vanilla, and a little strawberry. So, you know, point, builder, anchor.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of everything, and then ask, "May I have some more, sir?" And play a few more 2s. That's,
We're at a competition for the most 2s ever played with a double 2.
right.
You can play at 6. You can play.
No, that's the third.
Not where you want that.
No,
checker.
that's where you don't want that checker. I mean, if I had a 2 to play here, I'd back it up, or move it forward, but I wouldn't put it there.
5. Right in. Now we come out with something. You either give 2.
Well, maybe the front one is just easier to clean up if they roll a 5-4 or something.
Yeah.
This one is just hard to miss.
This way. Also, you haven't got a checker in your opponent's board, which could potentially be an anchor. Of course, if your opponent's going to roll 5-3, it's a genius play.
I'm still wondering what in the world that third checker is doing on the 22 point.
No.
How did it get there?
It's on holiday.
I guess.
It'll soon be leaving. This is not a cube, despite the fact you're 1-6 down, because you've got so few market losing sequences. Your opponent holds the 3 point, otherwise known as a butterfly anchor.
Or the steel post.
Yeah.
And as I was leading up to a short while ago, 3 point games are almost always almost takes. That means if you've got a 3 point game with any other value to it, that it's a take, which means it's not a double.
This is interesting. You can make the 5 point or you can make the 15 point. I think.
I think I think you don't have enough home board points. I
think this is right.
Yeah, I do too, but it's actually close.
Yeah.
I mean, you make it. Good. Show her she's thinking the right thoughts.
Yeah, 2-3-1s would be excellent, wouldn't it?
How good's the race?
Yeah, I'm just going to do that.
Okay.
30, 69, 93, and so 137 for blue. 37 for blue, 6, 105, 129, 41, 55. It was 18 pips before the roll. What did white roll? 4-2, I think.
Finally got off the 22 point, which is good.
And
again,
this is sort of okay. You've got a reasonable long-term advantage. I would love to have another inner board point before I get. But equally well, you want a 6 down, you know. So
I guess it's
5-3's a horror shake.
I'm slotting my 5 point.
Yeah.
Look at that steel post there.
Yeah.
You can't just can't.
There is no safe play, so find a play that puts checker somewhere useful. So 15-7 does not qualify because it leaves a double shot. So the 5 is coming off the midpoint. and then the 3 is pretty much forced.
You should briefly look at this
Hello?
play. You should briefly look at,
Okay.
I mean, I would have rejected it,
Yeah,
but you should briefly look at this play. This was,
that was a brilliant play.
yeah,
Brilliant play.
yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. With my play, you're on the bar and your opponent's just taking you 5 points. But, you know,
It's,
no swing on the play, as they say. And
yeah, I wouldn't have made it, but I
Mhm.
spotted it. It was about to comment on it
Yeah.
when she made it.
now here, you probably don't hit with a 6 because you haven't got a sensible 5. So you play 15 to 10, 8 to 2, I guess. Your opponent's board
It's
is just
too
that
big.
little bit too strong.
Too big to do anything sexy.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, double slots or double
Yeah.
tigers or wrestling or anything.
Oh,
Whoa! What did we say the
Okay.
pip count was?
well, I don't know. I was going to do a running count. Now it's going to be close, right?
I would think.
56, 72, 86, 106, 118 for blue, 44, 60, 99, 107, 19, 27, 35, 41. It's going to be a dead equal race.
Is that
yeah,
after the play?
roll.
Well, then what do? Are we more likely to gain winning? If we race, we're racing.
Yeah, yeah.
If it's a dead
But
equal race,
you-
that means we're also behind.
Yeah, but you've still got some holding value if you once you
Not
keep-
much.
No.
I mean, if you come out, not
yeah,
much.
not much.
I mean, particularly with a 10-point made,
Yeah.
it's going to, you get 4 rolls to clear the midpoint. It's probably going to happen.
So your choices are then to make the ace point, probably, or 3 down and swap the 2 point. How many has he played in this variation? Played 1, I think.
1 or none. Oh, maybe 1. Did he
1,
come out, did
because
he
he
come
had
out with
the
1?
great
Yeah.
third jacker on the. Is he going for it? So when you're ahead in the race, race. When you're behind in the race, don't race. When you're level in the race,
Try to figure out. I
try
mean,
to figure out what the hell your strategy is.
yeah, I think if you're level in the race and you have a plausible
Yeah.
advantage to keeping the contact, then you
Yeah.
should keep the contact. And I'm not sure it's
This
not
makes
actually,
it quite easy.
right to keep the anchor.
Nearly.
Also, she's given up the cube. Keeping
Yeah.
the anchor leaves open gamuts.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no gamuts here.
No.
Keeping the anchor, it's very difficult to get home.
So you gained a couple of pips there. So double 2. You're going to slot 2 point. You're going to play 10 to 2, aren't you? You've got to be careful. There's a few 6-1s lurking in the undergrowth. Okay, so now, hello, 2 down. Now we're going to play 2 down. Ooh,
Well, you're not taking 2. Whatever you're doing, you're not taking
Taking
2
2
in.
in,
That's
yeah.
that's off the table. There's still it's a little bit of useful contact
It's
here.
created some contact. It's 46, 54, 78, 88, 96. Blue is exactly 100. 96, 96, 58, 67, 77, 87, 7. What's wrong?
Well, I got 13 difference going into this. Does that match what you were saying?
I think it's. Is any of this double 2 being played?
I don't think so.
Right, okay. So 2 and 2, okay.
So if the outfields are even, and just
Yeah.
compare the home board checkers, and you're done. And there's what, 1 pip difference in the home board is an even. This is an even race.
It is. I thought it is an even race. Yeah.
The 1 pip. Somebody's got a pip lead. I think it was White had a pip lead.
Okay. So now you do this and you play 10 to 9. Okay.
So was it a pip lead? Now it's 4 pips the other way. No, it's dead even again,
Yeah.
give or take. Is there any point at which Chris redoubles to 4, or is that only when he gets up to like 95%?
I think when you're a lock.
Yeah,
I think is that 4-3? I think you got to go. Now the question is, how good is Jay at counting? So I don't know her. So
she's played deliberately and she's made some surprisingly strong plays.
now is Chris going to go with a 6-3? Looks like it. This is going to make life easy for everybody. The dice will decide. 2 crossovers. Not sure I'd do the crossovers that way, but
I mean, to repeat from somewhere,
Mhm.
the match score leaves Chris basically never redoubling.
No,
I mean, so I mean, there will come some bear off where your opponent needs to roll 2 doubles in a row or whatever.
And then you can
you're
think
writing.
about it.
You're right. It's such a little
Yeah.
tiny narrow
Yeah.
sliver you're shooting at.
I've got a presentation where the doubling window is from 86.5 to 87.
Yeah, there you go.
Right?
Well,
It's one of those,
except
right?
this is where it's from 93 to 99 or
Yeah.
whatever.
Oh,
Right.
hang on a minute. Double 4.
Well, we're not in the 99 yet.
No. Is that a real roll? Yeah, it was. Now, don't even look at the cube. 5-3. Rolling solidly. The double 6 was useful. That's a good roll for Jay. Keeps her in it. And white has an empty 4 point, which is, as we all know, not very good in bear-offs. That's a poor roll. You play 6 to 5. That's fine. So we're looking for a big double from blue to make it exciting for the spectators.
Well, for sure. It could be done here. I mean, Chris can limp, roll a series of 2 1s and 3 1s, and you know,
Yeah.
5-2 is too big.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too many pips. A 5s or a 6s would be nice. It's funny, these positions, 4s are often not good enough.
Yeah.
Well, he's cooperating.
What was that?
2-1.
2-1. Okay.
Go to the whip. There you go.
Hey,
There you go.
double
That's 3 checkers and makes things look pretty.
Oh.
7 to 6,
yeah.
you know, and you know, now
Now the race-
4s or something is a big deal.
3. Now, is that right?
Probably not. No, I just
I
throw
think
them out.
6 to 3.
And the double gap on the 3 and 4 points is brutal.
Yeah.
You know, the match I played last night,
Hmm.
I'm ahead in pips or whatever, and ended up 2 rolls behind because
Okay.
all my men went to the ace point. Oh,
That was boxes.
we might have reached a point where he can double.
He can double now. Okay, so 8-1 Crawford, 50, 70.
And the gammon is live for Jay.
Yeah,
It's a
It's a gammon
saves
go.
a game. It saves a game, and so he wants to
70.
you know trade a little bit of winning chances to
Mhm.
prevent getting gammoned. Yeah. All right, it's I mean, score the other way around, and I'd make the KG split with 6-5.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Ooh,
delightful,
brutal replies.
delightful. Now he's
Right, now you've got to come up.
Yeah,
This is okay at the score.
maybe, but
Maybe.
it's
the wrong thematic choice.
anti-positional.
Yeah, now you just should
A
we look
little
at making the bar.
yeah, maybe a little of everything.
Mm.
Make the bar later,
Yeah, now Swiss cheese moment.
but it can
It's close.
fill. You can fill
Yeah.
in those. So it's only. Ooh, this is
Fine.
made to order.
Yeah.
Well, we want to run away or make a point, and
Ooh,
that's
5.
well.
Now.
I don't know that I want to step into this.
No, I don't.
You get
Yeah.
closed out here. This is big gammon territory, and she's not going to be. She's
6-4.
She's not going to be timid. And now, I think that was a ill thought out ace. The whole play was ill thought out. I'm not even sure the 5
Slot the
down
bar.
was right.
Come on, get on with it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
No, you don't. You want the bar because you still have.
What did she just play? 5 of them.
Played 5-2s.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But you want the bar because you need the full prime to work on escape in the rear checkers.
Yeah. Either the bar or bring builders in to make your ace point, but doing none of the above.
6 and now slot the bar.
No, this is
okay.
2 checkers and the 11 point are sort of doing nothing.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be exciting.
Well, you got to go for it. This is the easiest gammon now is to roll a 7.
Yeah, but the problem is if Jay slotted the bar in the preceding roll, she would now have a 6-point prime.
Yeah. Oh no, she probably got too excited, playing too quickly.
Too quickly. Yeah.
And lost the thread a little bit.
Oh, and was that a 6-5? Woo.
Slow motion.
This is now the right moment to hit from the bar.
Yes.
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 The crowd.
And get them all.
Yeah.
This is what we in the United States call the Hoover maneuver, where you vacuum up all the blots.
3s and 6s. That'll do. 3 split 11 to 10.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Now it's just charged to the ace point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a backgammon doesn't really do us any good, so we can't be cheering for a backgammon.
There's a 1.
Good. You fight for the ace point.
Now hit with any 4, 9, 10, or whatever the other number is. 5, 3, 2 doesn't win a prize.
And I don't know why we're not bringing some beaters into the field here.
Absolutely.
This is.
You don't care if you lose the game. So.
I mean, she's demonstrated some really good knowledge of backgammon, and then every so often
now we're going to wash.
Well,
could nifty
50.
We want to hit.
At a minimum, you should be hitting.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, was that 4 of them, or did you play 6 of them or something? That's all 4. There's going to be a lot of 5s played.
So you think about the wash, yeah. Hello. Oh.
Yeah, by the wash you mean nifty shifty.
Yeah. Thank you.
You got our terminology correct.
Right. 1, 2, 3. Keep going.
Now this pretty much is.
This is gammon city unless something
goes wrong. So,
what's the other number? Can't even.
Is it another 4? I can't tell. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, there's we got 3 shot numbers.
Oh,
well, now
this is what happened to me in my consolation match. The guy rolled double 6, and then he rolled double 6, and then he rolled double.
Win the last chance.
No, I lost in the semi-final at DMP.
Good. Maximum torture.
Yeah, I lost the gammon in the first game.
Good.
Won Crawford, won the next one when he took a drop. He had a free drop, didn't take it. This is still a gammon unless Chris rolls really well.
Two doubles behind or something.
8, 12, so he's got 14 crossovers. Jay's got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, needs at least 2 doubles.
Let's make one of them big. Start now.
3, 2, 2 in. Yeah. 6, 3.
And she's not helping by missing or anything. So.
And she's got a free miss.
Well, there's there's 1.
1, 2, 3. 3 down. No, you can go for the technical player slot in the 4 pointers.
Well,
yeah, this is.
If you've rolled a 4, you're going to have another 4.
5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So 5 in and 1 up.
Yeah, you can't afford to roll an
ace. Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Bray.
I'm so good at this.
No braying.
I'm a natural. I called your 5-3 for your opponent. Your 5-3.
No, I called it myself, quite honestly. And that's all I was thinking about. I should put it out of my head and it might not happen. What happened? Did she get 4 off in there somewhere?
She is fine unless he rolls. Oh, look, double 4 misses.
Oh, yeah. I never
refilled
it. Ooh, 4 up was a bad start.
No, I once won a match in a tournament. I was winning a game got me to Crawford, but my opponent had only double 4 to miss, and she rolled double 4 and then won again. If you play backgammon long enough, everything that you think might happen does happen.
I was playing a Chouette a million years ago. We usually played for 200 a point, but sometimes it was different. And I joined the Chouette in progress. In the first or second game, I'm trying to save a gammon. And, I've got one of these things. So can I gain on double 4s or am I going to do this? Or does everything save the gammon? Does all the big doubles save the gammon or this or that? And I looked over at, one of my friend/competitors. Well, I'm thinking about seeing if they'll give me my best or say, no, you can save it on anything or it doesn't make a difference. And I asked, I said, and there was a non-committal answer, which I took as it doesn't make a difference. So I made the play, which did make a difference against me, and then rolled the double 4s and then learned we weren't playing for 200 a point. We were playing for 500 a point. There went some number of thousands of dollars right out the window. And I guess it was bad on me, as they say, for not actually just doing the work and making the right play.
So Kent there referenced old-fashioned backgammon where people played for ridiculous sums of money. And when it was viewed as a gambling game, is it now a mind sports game, you see?
Well, I think from what I have seen, 95% or whatever, you know, I mean, it used to be, you know, entry fees $1,000 back when $1,000 meant something.
Yeah.
And the players would say, I'm not playing because the entry fee is too low.
Right.
You know, I mean, you know, playing for nickels wasn't $5 a point. It was 500, you know. No, I think it is, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's become more of a mind sport than a gambling game.
Expand that. Right.
All right, on break.
Yeah, Jay's taking a natural break. Chris is keen to get on. So we are going to have a maximum of 3 more games.
Oh, we're post Crawford. All right.
Post
So,
Crawford.
well, yeah. Does a free drop doesn't count as a game?
No.
Yeah.
Here we go. With fresh water. Nope.
Now, if you know Jay is going to win the next 2 games in a row,
Yeah.
what are the odds that one or the other or both are gammons?
Precisely. Yeah.
And that's what, and it's not a tiny number.
No, it isn't.
It might be close to 50-50-ish number. You know,
Yeah, I think she's about 17% from here. Is that right? If you win 3 in a row, it's 12. Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere.
So it's about 17 or 18%. So that's a reasonable set of winning chances. 3-2. Going to make the anchor. Yeah, Jay did remember to cube, so this is good. She would like a 6. Double 4? Interesting. Yes, gammon go, you make the 5 point.
Yeah. This is well, it's amazing what good things can happen when you have your 5 point.
Yeah. What's White's plan? That's White's plan. Jesus.
Thank you. Pause. Might be right just to make the 9 point.
Yeah, let's come back.
Yeah, back it up and look. And if you do this, there's some argument to keep going and making the ace. But I think back up these 2.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're coming out with 2, maybe you should keep them going. Or coming out with 2 and making the 7 isn't bad.
No, it's awkward to get home. White
I think
blue anchors, and then you're scrambling to.
This is one of those. If you know how to play part of your role, do it immediately. But you don't know how to play part of your role, so let's. Yeah, I think he fell into. I got to make the bar point
because
and then started looking for the rest, and therefore
and now you get this. Right?
Therefore, overlooked the rest.
Yeah.
This is also a little.
Well, if you're going to roll like this,
yeah.
So now
a little too double-edged.
Yeah.
When you're
Jay needs a 3, not 6-1. Whoops. Now do you go blitzing? You probably do. 5-2.
Well, that's an outfield hit if you see it.
If you see it, which he hasn't.
Maybe forced to see it when he can't find a 2.
Yeah.
Well, there's his 2.
This
is a gammon go play, but it's not necessarily the gammon save play.
No. So he'd have been a lot better if he'd hit in the outfield. No.
I think he's
2.
Got to be committed.
Now, do you play 8-3? How many blocks
I'm hitting.
do you want?
Well, it's about 6. No.
Okay. So an anchor? No.
Now
he's
maybe
not very good at this coming in thing.
It's key. Now, please. Oh, now we can
hit
a cover in. Now it all even looks pretty.
6-3, 11-9. Don't even think about it. Do not play 6-3, 3-1 because there are people watching. What is this?
Now this is
no.
This is basically sort of playing not to lose, but what it's effectively doing is, it's a parlay where you play not to lose 9 rolls in a row and basically guarantee losing.
He's found the right play.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
This just looks like the right play. Oh, that's a good roll.
Right, 4-3. Now the problem with not having run round with a double six is white's checkers are in two islands, which
This
is
is,
not bad. 3-5.
push me,
Now gonna
we're
hit
getting
it
into a
again.
push me, pull you position.
Yeah.
Half going one way, half going the other.
I guess we should check the chat in case anybody's saying anything.
We might not want to know what
We
they're
might not
saying.
want to say, yeah, that's right. Where am I going? What's happening?
Well, he came in with a 3. He's got a, now he's more committed and it's not going well.
What's happening? Oh, it's all right. Let's turn. Right, we can hear ourselves on delay. This is excellent.
Hey, we can play that and have some kind of weird.
No, I haven't got a chat on this phone. Stupid boy. Right. So 4-2. Now he's made this game incredibly difficult.
Well, what's he? He's on the bar.
I'm assuming he's going to come in and just hit. He's not going to come in and just hit.
Well, if you're coming in with a 4, I mean, I just may move the 8 to the 6.
Yeah.
Again, it's
a moot point.
Yeah. Now he should be pumping those 6 back checkers into the outfield as fast as he can.
And we pop out and play 6-5. No, we don't do this.
No, it's the outfield.
You want to control the outer balls.
Everything's happening in the outfield for both players, really.
Oh.
We can't get into the outfield. It's too far away.
Whoa.
Well, do we play the ace and back and hit him and just position ourselves to get into the outfield later?
Yeah.
And if we've got 6 to bring into the outfield, we might as well have 7. And we may buy some time.
Yeah, and Jay is yet again flunked.
Let's cover it and get out.
That's
All right.
rubbish.
Maybe get everybody out, or at least one out.
Well, no, out to the midpoint.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Everybody out maybe a bit.
The problem for Jay is that she has 4 checkers on a 6 and 5 point that are going nowhere in the near future. So she's really playing with about 11 checkers. Staying out again. Wow.
9s and 4s to cover, and meanwhile bring more help.
Or 6-5, you just run one around, make a cover.
It goes to a perfect spot. There is, if you'd already built the point, you could make the 16 point with that number, which is not silly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
What is
now that's again asking for trouble.
Yeah.
If he's gonna stop on the 16, then he should come off of the. He played it legally. I guess she questioned whether he played it legally. He did, I believe.
He did. Yeah, he played. 21, 16, 13, 7.
They're gonna. She's trying to.
Was it that?
I don't think so.
I think the spare was.
No, I think she's got it backwards. I don't know. I think
he played 6-3 last time, right? So he went to the midpoint. So the spare checker was on the 21, right?
Are we supposed to tell them? I mean, I
think Massey's watching it, so I think he's got.
Okay, somebody a couple of years ago with a great big dispute with the shifted checker during a director call, which I noticed doing the commentary.
Well, here we go. Now we're going to hit twice. I think you. Oh,
yeah.
Because you want to make the bar and stuff in order to, and actually you just want to hit as many checkers as possible, and could end up with something. Do we do this? You could hit outside.
Well, it's all those spare checkers we talked about, but
some of them are now in play. Or the point for white is that he owns his ace point, so it's very difficult to create a containing prime later on.
Right, which means this is a 3-4 front game. He should be trying to win this coming out into the outfield, not waiting for your opponent to come to you.
Yeah, that was interesting because Jay created a root number of 4 here.
Which is always fun when they happen.
Yeah. And now he's going to run away with the other 3, unless he's got...
Which releases the root.
Hello? Do we want to do this?
I'm not sure. I think you want to get these guys out one at a time. This anti-roots, where one number... If he held the 21 point, then Jay 4s sent checkers to the 1 and 2 point.
That looks unattractive. Given that white has no attack, you should have thought a little bit more about that one. Now he's given the way he's started this, he's probably going to play 22 to 18 to free another checker.
Yeah, it's not silly to play 18 to 14 either,
Yeah.
by the way, and just get
Yeah,
some
I agree.
immediate coverage. Is
Ah,
that double threes?
it is.
Wow.
Free. Now, I like this.
Yeah, I
It's
guess.
close.
I guess.
Yeah.
And then you sort of have to,
Oh, speaking of numbers,
nicely blocked.
well, he's going to make the 4 point. But now she shouldn't worry too.
If she can get home, she should come home with one.
Yeah.
That doesn't
That's ugly.
doesn't quite get
I've got
home.
to do something.
I mean, hey, you could move
Right.
both of them.
Both of them. Yeah. 5. Yeah. We like this play, keeping the block. Yeah. So 6s and 1s, none of which win. 6-3. Okay. Now how do you play the 3?
Well, the whole hog play is to leave a third blot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's passing with it is a reasonable play. Don't play it at all.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit of it.
3-4. We like the 3. Now what are we going to do with the 4? Do we pop?
The pop looks silly,
Yeah.
but it might be right.
Yeah. So this is 4s and 6s. Not double 1 in 1.
50.
Yeah. Now you can reduce the number of gammons you lose by playing 22 and 21. And you can see daylight from the 21 point.
Yeah, it's
Given the match score.
and given you're trying to win going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is wrong. But
Yeah,
we
that
will see.
anchor comes into play being back on the 22 only when your opponent is bearing in and bearing off.
Yeah.
And you want to win the game before that happens.
Now you really wish you'd come up.
Yeah.
What's this? 6? Yeah, you can do this. That's
Yeah.
reasonable plan.
Hems
Yeah.
in the 23 point if your
Coming
opponent
in
comes
is
in
good.
back there.
2.
There you go.
All right. So now we're playing 6 to 5. Yes.
And we're hitting with a 4, preferably lots of 4s. Because he's gonna notice how stuck those checkers back on the mooch.
Ow, 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 ow. So now Jay should be able to safety the block on the 11 point, and then she can start to worry about the block. Well, that's a brilliant, but oh, hang on. Wait.
It's hard to pass that up.
It's hard to pass up making the rack.
And here, if you roll a 4, you sort of want to come out at the same time you want to hit.
Okay, so the go for the gusto play is 8 to 2, 9 to 4, but we're not going to see that. You probably just come off the bar, don't you?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, the problem with this,
Yeah.
as Marin's push me, pull you play that was in the lecture.
Well, this is illegal.
It just doesn't work.
No.
You really need your opponent to fan like 6 times in a row when they're a favorite to get in.
5-2.
Well, if you're going to adopt this plan,
okay.
now 2-1 cracks you. I mean, a number as big as 2-1 and your board breaks.
Yeah.
You really need a 4.
What was that? Kent Goulding pulls another number.
Well,
yeah. We're sitting here commentating, but when we finish here, I've got to drive Kent to London, so we've got a 2-hour review of this match.
Oh.
Wow. You spotted that quicker than I did, though. It was a brilliant spot. Now he's going to roll 4-1 in compensation. Watch this. 6-2.
Well,
bye-bye.
The old days, we'd hit real fast and make our opponents catch us.
Yeah.
But they don't allow that anymore.
Wow. So there's been a few significantly intermediate plays.
Roll here.
And she's something.
That's
4. You go hit again. Hit again.
Yeah. Now
you're going to sweep them all up.
Right.
Yeah.
Hoover
maneuver.
We're in sort of desperation mode. Maybe double 1s.
I think he stayed out.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
that doesn't
do anything.
No. Now you still want to pick up the other checker. This is okay, I guess. You've got to aim checkers at the ace as well, right?
Pop him off of there if he comes in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an implausible back game, but it's an ace point game, if nothing else.
6 is good, and now we're going to play 8 to 5 with 3.
Yeah, everybody into the pool.
No. Put that checker back.
Yeah, it's oops.
Oops.
Odd.
That was played too quickly. Now she'd have made the. What are we doing?
She's
Play-
lost. She's lost. She's
playing too
fighting back
quickly.
too much adrenaline,
Yeah.
and she's lost the thread.
Yeah. Right. So by now, with the correct plays, she'd have made the ace point. So she just needs to slow down a bit.
Now she's sort of forced to play the right
One.
ace.
2.
Check, safe on boxes. I mean, even
Yeah.
if you got 3 checkers off and left a blot, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I think
There we
there it
go.
is. There it is.
Yeah. How's a backgammon score?
Well, I was just about to say you should mention it. There's probably 5%, 4% backgammons or something from here.
And what happens if you win a backgammon?
You win the match,
Yeah.
and we all go to the bar with Jay.
There you go.
Right, double 6 is safe.
Double 4s is fun.
Yeah, don't go there.
Hey, we did the 2-1. We can do
Yeah.
double 4s.
Checker off, good.
There you go.
We're playing for the gammon. Didn't even look at 7-1, 5-4, but this is right. Now, do you clear the 6 point or do you go for the triple?
Well, you really can't. It's going to be
can't
hard
go
to
wrong,
lose.
right?
I
You
mean,
can't
you're
go
going
wrong.
to have from several to a lot
Yeah.
of checkers off, and your
Yeah.
opponent's already cracked. So it's sort of a free roll.
Checker off.
There's
Yeah,
not really
that's
not really
no
a checker
debate.
choice.
Yeah.
Now, for fun, he should stay out a while longer.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
I got earlier this tournament. I got backgammed in a
Yeah.
position very much like this.
So 1 in 100 games ends in backgammons, but this one is a contender. It's less of a contender. Yeah.
Requires a lot of help. Another way to win a backgammon here, by the way, is to get hit.
Yeah. Pick up. Oh, double 3. That's very sad for the spectator. But the spectators are probably going to have to enjoy another game now.
Well, now we root for
Yeah.
Chris spreads his blots around.
Yeah.
Jay
Gets-
leaves a shot, gets hit, responds with double 4s, picking up 4 blots and power
I
back.
think now you just, you do
Yeah,
this
no, that's
because the gammon's pretty much assured, and then, yeah, that's fine.
Gammon gets you pretty nice position in the match, by
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah, yeah.
If she simply wins a gammon, those 3 games
DMP.
we were talking about,
It becomes
it's down to 1.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. 4.
Okay, now we got
Take 2 off.
a whole bunch of numbers
Yeah,
being
yeah.
shot.
But if you do it the other way, there's 8 numbers, and if you do it this way, there's 8. Is that right? Yeah, it's only 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 8 numbers, whichever play you make. But this way, there is continued jeopardy, because now if you take 1 checker off for something like 6-1, you've still got the same problem solved next time.
What, ace or a deuce are safe? There's
Well, that was a brilliant decision.
Yeah,
because
yes.
this would have been an ace shot.
Yes.
And it's fine, because you got more checkers off even if you do get hit. And you've been
My
hit.
goodness.
Yeah. Right, now, something that doesn't have an ace in would be pretty good. Yeah. 5,
By the way,
3. Now 2-1 for
2-1,
white.
set 2-1. It can be done. She can even
Okay,
afford
forget
even afford 1-3-1
Four,
or
6.
double ones.
He's got 8 crossovers, she's got 6, and she's on roll. So, right, he needs a double now, or we can reset the checkers. Okay, reset checkers.
Wow, we got looks like double match points. So what's
Yeah.
that mean? How do we play?
We play purely. You can't lose a gammon, and you keep your checkers in play. You don't mind playing back games if that what happens. So whatever you do, you don't burn checkers, right?
Well, basically, yeah. I mean,
I had one of the games in the last chance. I had DMP. I was spreading blocks all over the place, and eventually it paid off.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
you can do crazy things at double match point. I mean, often the plays most likely to get you gammon are also most likely to win the game.
Yeah,
We had at the very end of the lecture, there was a position from the women's world of backgammon mixed doubles
right.
where what's his name had the Timster had a try to lose
Right,
play available
Don't
at
forget.
double match point and didn't make it
right.
and made a plausible looking play instead. All right, good start for
Tim's normally my doubles partner. Now then, first test. And he play 4-3. Right. So normally you play.
Well, I might have actually split and hit.
Yeah, the standard play is to split and hit. Right. So now you're going to hit with a 5 and creep up with a 1. Up you come. Yep, it's fine. So 5-6, not great. You're just going to hit again. You're not going to play 20, yeah. So 3-2, 3-4, double two. That's the sort of roll you should have mentally. 3-4.
Well, that's a good
I
start.
don't know why I don't get paid for this stuff.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good start. Now,
Right.
we really would like to have a 5 here.
2-6. I think you play 13-7 because
Yeah, you need
need to make
you
an
need
anchor.
meters in the front court, and you need the 3 back checkers
Yeah.
to work together.
this is wrong. Yeah.
It's not wrong by a lot.
No, I agree.
But I think it's wrong.
It's understand.
Whoa, got out of dodge just in time.
Was that double one?
That's
Yeah.
double one.
Let's take the block.
Okay, now we got to build a counter prime.
Well, you can do, but it's got some risks in it.
It's not silly.
Right. Yeah. So because it's double match point, you can at least think about making the 5 point. The other players 14, 11, 20. This is
He could also anchor back
Yeah,
there
I
and
was
just put
gonna
all
say,
his attention on the other side of the court.
precisely.
And if you're anchored on the 23
Yeah.
with the 8-point open,
Right. Now
you've got this lingering in the background. I can always
hit-
roll double sixes.
hit outside.
You
No,
see it.
what do you didn't
play
see it?
Play too
Wow.
fast. Play too fast. Well, it's double match points. You're in the finals. Remember what I said about anchoring on
no.
23 points?
No, but no swing on the play. I mean,
Yeah, no kidding.
Could have been on the bar.
No
right?
kidding. Well, this is, I mean, it sounds like a joke, but this literally is the anchor on the 23 point, do
Yeah.
your business on the other side of
Agreed.
the board, and you've got in your back pocket, in case boxes pop up, they're a joker as opposed to
This is
a
exactly
little bit
what
of
I
a
did
problem.
earlier. I think it's really easy to lose the focus on the board when you're playing too quickly.
Oh, for
That's
sure.
a good number. And now we come down. Do we come down? We probably come down.
Yeah, that
Not a
also,
lot between that and 7-4.
the trick here is that loose checker doing nothing on the 10
Yeah.
point is guarding the 8 and 9 points in case, a 3-5 or a 3-6 or a
Right.
2.
Now we're hitting with a 4. Playing safe is not really a good option at DMP. So you can hit with a 4, you can play 10-6, and those are your choices. 6-2.
Boy, 10-6 looks funny.
Yeah, it does. I mean, do you want checkers on you?
No,
No, you don't.
no, you don't.
Oh, double 5.
Well,
No swing on the play here. No, no.
Whoa,
Put that back. Put that-
Oh, please
Well,
stop.
Well,
You rolled her best. Well, it's
Yeah,
not bad.
it's not bad.
It's not bad.
Agreed.
But if you had to call a number to roll,
yeah.
you'd have called double 5s,
Yeah.
and then you'd have played it differently.
Yeah.
If you thought to call double 5s, you'd have played it right.
Oh, 5-3. Nah, we can do this. Probably right. But you should at least always look at hitting on the 3 point there. Right?
Well, yeah, another thing is,
It's not necessarily right? But
as you're playing,
yeah,
you don't want to wait and have every roll be a fresh surprise. You
Yeah.
want to know, what am I trying to do?
we're going to hit with
And
3,
how does this roll help me do it?
double 2. Right. Hello. 1, 2, 3. We can do this. We can make the 3 point. I just mentioned it.
Right.
I mean, this is not bad at
No.
the DMP, right?
It's not bad.
No.
And honestly, it also wouldn't be bad to
So
knock them off the 3 point.
make a point, slot a point.
This ace point game's not going to work.
Yeah. How much
The 8
time
point game's gonna
they
be-
got left? 5-2. Please make the 3 point. No.
Now you
no,
can do it without
make the
giving up
3
your
point.
7. You don't.
Concentrate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
And if he gets in quickly,
Yeah.
he's in danger of, the American player Ray Fogerlin would say, "How do you like your peanut butter?" And you look at him like he's a nut, and he go crunchy. And we're getting into
Right.
the peanut butter variation
2
here.
is good. No, will you stop doing this stuff? All right, fine. Okay.
There is-
I prefer the other 5. Which
There is the
super slot. Yeah, no,
get everybody
this is
up
too
front to kill your sixes situation too.
Right, this is-
Consider the 8.
This is killer 6. That's fine. Now, does she know to slot? I assume she does.
The timing here is
Double
that's a
3,
lot
well,
of, yeah, it's a lot
Not
of.
only did she slot it, she
She made
covered
it, yeah,
Now you want white to roll big numbers.
real soon.
Yeah.
And that's plenty big enough.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter that there's now don't roll 6-5.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as I notice,
Oh.
as soon as I notice 6-5,
Yeah.
it's like I don't even have to say it. As soon
Yeah.
as I notice when I'm playing that 6-5 goes bad, then of course it pops up. Oh,
this is
there,
probably
there.
the worst.
How do you like your peanut butter?
Wow.
Very sad.
So
It's
white's
very
forward, as we
sad.
say, has just gone south for the winter. This is 2 checkers off.
right, and clearing the 5 point is a
Yeah.
big deal here.
Yeah.
This is actually
You need a 4 or 6 for white to have any
yeah,
chance.
all the 6-5 and 5-4
Double 3 again.
Oh,
Yeah.
now we need a miracle.
Yeah.
Divine intervention. It's
Yeah.
almost right to get off the ace and hope for 6-5 to pick up 2 checkers.
6-2, it's good.
Yeah. You can't
Take
win
them off.
can't win the game picking up 1 checker any longer.
No. No.
It would be very, very hard.
3-2. Okay, here's the shot. I think you just play 6-5. and-
Yeah, make it.
Minimize shots.
Minimize
and
shots.
Now you've got some funny
No,
shots
that's repeaters now.
Yeah, not good. But it doesn't matter. She knew. Okay, don't roll 6-5. 6-4.
4-1.
Okay.
You want
That would have played so much
funny.
better the other way.
On a how much odds you want to give me that 4-3 is a plausible play there?
No, absolutely.
You know,
To
leave 1 shot now
Yeah.
to dodge leaving 2
Yeah,
shots up here.
absolutely. Oh, like this, you
Like that.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's not a joke.
No, I
You got,
agree. I agree. So is she going to play for inaccurately playing a couple of rolls?
Whoa.
Double 2. 1. Now, you want to pick up the other checker, but you can't.
You can't.
You can't.
Well, you can kill them all to the ace point.
Well,
You can.
2, 3. Right.
This covers the outfield. The loose checker is not home.
No.
6-2, 5-2, 4-2 takes care of it.
So
6-3,
gonna hit.
maybe get it out of the way now.
Yeah, hit.
Try to hide it
You're going to
and
hit.
knock her off the ace point.
Yeah, you've got to hit.
Or knock him off the ace point. Right.
Yeah.
This is for a bunch of
You
reasons.
do
This
not.
is right.
You don't keep your eyes closed.
That's an
6-2, good start.
That's an 8.
Oh shit!
That's an 8.
Sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah, there's a
thought it was
shadow or
3-6. Okay.
the side of the die or something. Those are.
Do we need this much excitement late in the afternoon?
I don't think so.
No.
Look at this. It's vaguely plausible, but spoiling all
good
the
number.
fun.
Good
Yeah.
number. Okay, so white has a 3-point board. Blue has a 1-point board. Manages to
7.
come in. Now you need to look at how the doubles play. Apparently you don't.
I mean, 7 checkers left. If white can,
Was that 4-3? Out. That one, correct. 3-2, not a good roll.
right to come up
Come
with
with
the
yeah.
19 point from
Yeah.
the back,
Yeah.
back out.
I would come, you need out of board coverage.
Right, and you want to be careful about keeping it too tight together. There's
Yeah.
also gaps there to hide into.
Yeah.
This may be too close, and you're only using 2. Well, may work.
Washington's not going to hit. Right, 5. And where's the ace? You could come, to here so that you've got a better chance of getting 1 checker home next time.
What is this, 2, 3, 11?
Yeah,
Which is that?
that's hits. That doesn't hit anywhere. 1, 2.
1,
It doesn't hit anywhere.
no. This is very sad.
That's just. Now, how are you going to play it? Because now your checkers are going too far, right? You want to keep 1 back. So you're going 1, you play 16-4 and think about the other one, right? Keep the checker in play.
Yeah.
Don't mind being hit. So I guess you play 15-11 and you keep the goalkeeper as a.
I'm wondering if you keep 2 back checkers as far back as you can and try to have them work together.
1. You're not going to.
2.
Please don't kill it. If you kill
If
it,
you're going to play 2, maybe the front one 2, and then pull the back one out.
you're certainly not going to pull the back one out now because that just 3. I'm not sure this is the best play.
Yeah, he's got a plausible, far-fetched, but the plausible general plan is take the 3, and it's sort of been spoiled by the double 4s.
Yeah.
But keep the 3 blots relatively close together.
Yeah.
And, it's like the fox and geese checkers game.
Yeah.
And have them moving together, try to sweep the 2 blue checkers back. Once you're 3 foxes or geese or whatever in the outfield, you got a legitimate chance to scramble home.
Yeah.
But they got to work together to get that far. Here, they're scattered all over the place.
I think he made the right play.
Well, at least he kept it alive.
Right. 1, 2, 3. Got that bit.
And
Do we do
bring
this?
them, they both get off on 6s.
Yeah.
It's reach out and Now,
Okay,
cover
make
your
the
point. Cover
Yeah,
your point.
yeah, it's not dead yet.
Now bring them home a 5-2 or something to get.
3-2.
Oh my goodness! I
Right.
think just tie them together.
Tie them together and force your opponent.
Yeah,
to
run by.
26 for
Wave,
5.
wave as he flies by.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
there he goes.
Bye bye.
See ya. Nice
And
knowing
I
you.
hope Jay's buying the drinks.
And can he box tuple his way to victory?
Okay, no.
Did she?
So I think this one is dead. 3-2. So Jay's
Wow.
just got to take off a couple of checkers. That's one. Hello. Oh yeah, that's fine. Right. Barring an earthquake, I think this is over. Or famous last words.
Yeah, yeah.
There was
okay.
a position in one of the women's matches between USA and England where the English player had 0.3% chance of winning the match, right? And she won.
Oh wow!
So it was quite impressive. 6-5.
I was at a tournament in Vegas years ago. The top story of whatever casino hotel it was, and only an earthquake will save you. Now also the building starts
That is
swaying.
it.
Well done,
ladies and gentlemen.
well
thank you
done.
for listening.
Look at that smile. There's
Look at that.
a
That's a
well-earned
happy
smile there.
Until
Well,
she listens to the playback of the match.
Yes, congratulations.
Well done, Jay.
Some very good play.
Yeah.
And some instructional play.
Yeah, and every time you play backgammon, you learn, and there were a lot of learning points in that. And
Very disappointing for Chris. That's
yeah.
Some of my, going back more years than we're going to admit, some of my worst feelings, and it seems like weird, is where I came in finalist or semifinalist in a big tournament.
Yeah.
Wow, you were semifinals in the World Championship, you were the finals, and all I remember is losing.
Yeah.
It's in fact, except for the winner of the tournament, the last thing everybody remembers is losing.
Yeah.
And that sticks with you. And he goes, oh man, I just had a miserable time. I only won 9 matches in a row,
So Louis de Jong, who's now topping 90 and was the MC of Monte Carlo for many, many years, has been brilliant. And at 90, he's still pretty sharp. We meet for lunch every so often, but he can set up the board to show you where in the 1973 final against Carol Crawford, he missed a 2-shot to win the match.
Hey, if you watch the video that we made when we inducted him into the U.S. Hall of Fame, he's on record. Go to the U.S. Backgammon Federation YouTube page and look for the Hall of Fame presentation dinner of last year. And there's Lewis talking about this exact. I mean, we get him after all these years. We're putting him in the U.S. Backgammon Hall of Fame, and he still remembers that.
It's like,
and talks about it. That's one of his lasting memories from a lifetime in backgammon.
Doug Sanders once had a putt to win the Open. Yeah, it was the Open at St Andrews, and it was a 3-foot downhill putt. And all he had to do was pop it in the hole. The ball didn't even touch the hole as it passed by, and then Jack Nicklaus won the Plyth the next day. And then someone asked Doug 3, maybe 5 years ago, said, "Do you ever think about that putt?" And he said, "I've got it down to once a day."
Exactly. All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching. It was great fun. Congratulations to both players for getting this far and for a fun match.
Right. Let's go and congratulate the winner, and then we're going to London, right?
Exactly.
I must go to the loo.